Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Global Gods. From Zerg Cultists to Multiversal Overlords. Chapter 61. Puff Puff. Unexpected. Without warning. Just when the Blade Army thought everything was over. At their feet, mounds of earth suddenly bulged up. Before they could react, then he saw huge, spherical poisonous banelings with green pustules all over their bodies rushing out. No, there is. Before Elder Jared's exclamation could be heard, 200,000 poisonous banelings instantly activated their active abilities. Charge. Swish, swish, swish. The green, round, cute-looking spheres rushed towards the target around them at extremely fast speeds. Subsequently, in their surprised eyes, it suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. Countless self-explosion sounds sounded instantly. I saw. The sky was filled with highly toxic and highly corrosive acid that exploded like fireworks. Before they could react, they were completely submerged. Ah, help. This is. Countless ranged troops that didn't even have time to scream were turned into pus by the poisonous baneling insect's self-destruction. However, all this is just the beginning. After the poisonous banelings, another 200,000 Hydra-tearing springtails rushed out of the ground. Although they have not yet successfully transferred jobs. But, with its own strength, facing these weak defensive mage archers and dwarf troops is like chopping melons and vegetables. And their role is to surround and kill those targets who are not dead yet. No, how is that possible? Dao Feng, who was originally calm, changed his expression at this moment, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Mages, all of them master earth magic. This is impossible. He thought that these insects that use the ability to burrow into the ground knew the magic of earth. However, before his shock could dissipate, all over the mountains and plains, a hidden army of 250,000 Hydralisks emerged from the peaks. Swish, swish, swish. No instructions were needed at all, and spines burning with flames shot out from their bodies. Taking advantage of the height of the hillside, it instantly enveloped the half-dragon knights fighting on the battlefield. 50,000 Hydralisks cannot cause effective damage. But, what if we add 5 times more? The half-dragon knight in heavy armor waved his warhammer wildly to block it. But, the flame spines were too dense. They can protect the vital points. But the earth lizard underneath him didn't have heavy armor. So, amidst a series of muffled sounds, their mounts were all turned into hedgehogs. 20,000 knights have now become infantry. How long can they last under the attack of 200,000 tearing springtails? Why do you have so many troops? Blade exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. As a top demigod, he knows the strength of demigods very clearly. The average demigod may have a population of millions. However, the combat power that can be used does not exceed 300,000 at most. But now, Lu Yuan's combat power is more than 300,000. Almost a million. This is an army of 1 million. If they fight head-on, rely on the combination of half-dragons and earth lizards to form a defensive position. With the continuous consumption of long-range bows and arrows, it is not impossible to fight. But now, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to use his nearly 100,000 Zerg army as bait, abruptly disrupted his formation, and then used the underground poisonous banelings as a breakthrough to inflict heavy damage on the opponent. The formation of the half-dragon knights was in chaos, and those who had been killed fell on their backs. Most of the long-range attack troops were slaughtered by poisonous baneling insects. The rest will be annihilated soon after being greeted by the Hydralisk. Blade never expected that the powerful army he was so proud of could be so easily severely damaged by the opponent, and even be completely wiped out. No, you are still far from defeating me. After all, he is a strong man on the combat power rankings. Even so, Blade has not given up hope of counterattack. Dark Knight. He raised his palm, and suddenly an extremely dark gem appeared in his hand. Immediately, Lu Yuan saw countless dark lights emerging from the void. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thick black sky that enveloped the entire battlefield. In just a few seconds, the entire battlefield was instantly dark, and it was not enough to describe it as being unable to see even one's fingers. Priesthood. And it's a clergy power enhanced with a sacred artifact plugin. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke in confusion. Storm. Before his doubts dissipated, a ring on Blade's finger suddenly burst into light. Next moment, a terrifying gust of wind blew up from the battlefield. Woo! In the blink of an eye, there was a strong wind. Those blade troops seemed to have guessed something the moment night fell, and fell directly to the ground. The howling wind immediately shook the Zerg army on Luo Yuan's side. The second sacred object plugin. Luo Yuan's pupils shrank. This blade was worth a lot of money. After the two priestly powers are exerted, a cold smile appeared on Dao Feng's face. Natural disaster, do you think you can win? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Quote. Swish, swish, swish. As the strong wind blew, figures with black bone spurs all over their bodies and ferocious faces flew out from a distance with the help of the strong wind. On their bodies, there is a pair of somewhat shrunken wings. They don't seem to be able to fly, but they can make their speed more terrifying and their bodies more flexible. Swish, swish, swish. A total of 5,000 ferocious-looking figures surged across the plain like a black wave. He rushed straight towards the flame-thorn demons whose bodies were burning with flames. HMPH, don't think that your flames can see the figure of my night demon. Blade snorted in his heart. Under the suppression of the dark night, the flames can only illuminate a very short range around them, and this distance will not affect the movements of these killers. Woo! As the strong wind blew, 5,000 night demons with wings on their backs suddenly appeared. Each of their hands held a sharp dagger with magic patterns attached. For a moment, raised high towards the 5,000 flame-stabbing demons. HMPH, what's the point of having more troops? Qin Tianxi sneered in his heart at this moment. His night demon is a tier 3 race. A being born to assassinate. As long as he is protected by his clerical power, it won't take long. It can kill tens of thousands of troops. And the other party has no understanding of him at all. To the end, the one who wins is himself. Fortunately, I prepared my trump card today, otherwise, it would really have been hanging in the balance. However, while he was talking to himself, he saw the daggers in the hands of those night demons raised high. It only takes a moment for the flames in front of him to pierce the demon's head. Pity. At this moment, the moment all night demons raised their daggers. Sudden, their figures actually stopped there, motionless as if under petrification magic. At this time, the indifferent voice of Luo Yuan, who was standing high in the sky, just sounded. Your trump card is the night demons hiding in the darkness, right? What? How do you know? When Dao Feng heard this, his expression suddenly changed. The night demon is the trump card he has just cultivated. No one has ever known this secret. He didn't understand that Luo Yuan saw through him right away. It's simple because Luo Yuan didn't finish the rest of his words, but just spoke with his fingers. Boo-hoo. In the dark night, hundreds of thousands of infected insects emerged from the ground at some unknown time. The fungal growth just now was exactly what they released. But the night demon's intelligence is not as low as the previous chaos python, so the movement time restricted by the fungal growth released by the second level infection bug is much shorter than the original 10 seconds. But even so, it also buys enough time for the infected insects. For a moment, before the shadow demons could react, mouthparts with sharp teeth came out of the air one after another. Bite on their heads. The ability to numb nerves is released in an instant. Countless spores followed the mouthparts and began to penetrate into the opponent's skin. One might not be able to bring the shadow demons to heal. However, the ratio of 100,000 to 5,000, 21, was enough to completely defeat them. Puff. A few seconds later, the shadow demon, who was the first to be successfully controlled, swung his knife at the companion next to him without hesitation. The shadow demon, which was originally focused on assassination, was destined to be unable to withstand such an attack with its own defense. Just one knife. A hot head was thrown high with blood. Puff puff. Continuous sword lights emerged. Demon heads were thrown into the air like nothing. Mid-air, Dao Feng was completely shocked and speechless. What kind of race is that can actually control his night demons to kill each other? Even the strongest trump card was killed in this way. What else can he use to make a comeback? At this moment, Luo Yuan's face showed a hint of joy of victory. He had to sigh, if he hadn't judged through the system that the opponent's trump card was the night demon. I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Of course, the Zerg army with dark vision capabilities would only require some effort at best. However, there was no heavy damage to the main local army at the beginning. The final infestation won't be so easy either. Actually, this time I was better than sudden. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan was not proud of this. He first used 40,000 Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms and 50,000 fire stingers as bait. At the cost of nearly annihilating the entire army, he let the other party fall into his own trap. And taking advantage of the time when the two sides were fighting, 200,000 poisonous banelings use the ability to burrow into the ground and use the movement speed bonus of the creep to move through the ground. In the end, they defeated the opponent in one fell swoop at the critical moment. All this victory seems extremely easy. Actually, the most important reason is caused by the information asymmetry of the other party. And if it's just a matter of competition, apart from the real advantage of quantity, the rest is indeed inferior to the other party. Wait until Lu Yuan summarizes his gains and losses. The battle below is nearing its end. Tip: with absolute superiority, your race will completely annihilate the enemy believer race. Hint: you won this game. Tip: this is a combat power replacement challenge, and the winner will gain the opponent's combat power. Tip: combat power replacement has been completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning this battle. Ding. Obtain war victory reward. Faith value plus 380,000. Ding. Obtain war victory reward. Priest Knight. Ding. Triggering a lucky critical strike, the Priest's Knight curtain is strengthened to Knight Dire. Ding. Obtain war victory reward. Dragon Bloodline. Ding. Obtain the victory reward. Wings of the Night Devil. Lu Yuan almost laughed out loud when he heard so many notification sounds. This blade is truly a treasure trove. I didn't expect to reveal so many treasures to myself at once. The best is of course the priesthood. Night Dire, a powerful canopy of darkness covers the sky. Enemies within it will lose their visual ability, and at the same time, a feeling of fear will arise. To put it simply, once this kind of divine power is performed, not only will the shrouded opponent be unable to see, but it will also cause a terrifying nightmare. This is a more powerful power than the simple Night Priesthood. In addition to the priesthood, there are two other very powerful abilities. Dragon Bloodline. After fusion, it can greatly strengthen the physical attributes of the target, making it balanced and comprehensive. Wings of the Night Demon. The exquisite wings from the Night Demon. Although it has lost the ability to fly, it can make the target fly like a fish in water under the cover of night and increase its own speed. Seeing the introduction of these two abilities, Lu Yuan suddenly realized, the system seems to have changed recently. Specialize in extracting the best of the other person and giving it to yourself. Sometimes it can even be strengthened further. It's so considerate. These two abilities, Dragon Bloodline, to put it simply, are the true essence of half-dragons. Without this passive ability, they would not have strong basic attributes. As for the Night Devil wings, once integrated, it will not only help improve one's agility, but also provide a certain agility bonus at night. To put it bluntly, it is faster. Buzz. The surrounding virtual divine space began to gradually dissipate, which meant that the entire divine war was completely over. Natural disaster. I did lose this time. Seeing his figure gradually disappearing, Dao Feng's eyes flashed with a stronger fighting spirit. But I didn't lose because of my strength, but because I didn't understand your military strength. Unfortunately, I will have to light the divine fire soon. Quote. He looked at Lu Yuan with burning eyes. I hope you won't be too slow. When the time comes, let's see who is stronger. As the last word fell, Dao Feng's figure and his divine space completely disappeared. See the other person's figure disappear. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. This blade was actually a genius. Moreover, his own character is also very remarkable. He was not completely depressed because of one failure. On the contrary, it can burn stronger fighting spirit to catch up. Such people are destined to have good future achievements. With the end of this challenge, because it is encrypted, the game data itself is not uploaded. But, on the combat power ranking list, Blade, which was originally ranked second, actually disappeared. The person who replaced him was not the third demon, but a brand new nickname, Natural Disaster. Soon, such changes were directly discovered by some gossip users. As long as anyone with some brains can think about it for a moment, they will be able to figure out who has replaced the blade. Next, a huge storm was set off across the entire battle network, in the circle of demigods who were trying to ignite the divine fire. What? The blade was actually successfully challenged by a newcomer by replacing his combat power. Oh my god, that's a blade, a half-dragon army. Let me go, which family's heir is this? Or is it the son of the Lord God? Big news, I just learned from Blade's cronies that the opponent actually crushed Blade with an absolute advantage. Nah, this natural disaster boss is too awesome. Everyone, without exception, wants to know the news about this natural disaster boss. Soon, some people spread the news that this natural disaster boss was directly crushed by the Abyss Fire Demon army controlled by him. Some people say that the main force is the Hellfire Demon. Of course, some people say it is from the Zerg race. But, on the contrary, no one believed the news about the Zerg. Why? Because, who would want to choose a race that even provides little faith? Who can cultivate it to the point where it can crush the blade? So, the various versions posted online are completely messed up. Certainly, the person who knows the most about Lu Yuan's combat power should be Dao Feng himself. But, who the hell is willing to tell the other party how they lost when they lose? Especially a kid from a family like Dao Feng, who is extremely arrogant. Not to mention the internet, he didn't even mention it to the people around him. After logging into battle.net, I started thinking about how to conquer Lu Yuan's troops. At the same time, also in the capital of the Emerald Alliance, there is a huge manor dominated by retro-style buildings. A slender figure with a graceful figure suddenly opened his eyes from the sofa. For a moment, it was as if all the light around her was attracted by her eyes. And, in her hand, she was wearing the most advanced bracelet login device in the Alliance. Did you even defeat the Blade guy? This is quite interesting. Pity. The girl raised her snow-white hands and held her short hair. There was a hint of regret on her beautiful face. The time to ignite the divine fire cannot be delayed any longer. The season will end tomorrow, otherwise I really want to fight this natural disaster. The girl said, with a thought in her mind, she retreated from the battle net. Before exiting, if you look carefully, her nickname is Blood Shadow. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know how much trouble he caused in the demigod circle on battle.net. After this fight, Lu Yuan did not stay and left the battle network directly. The main thing is that the continuous battle between gods of battle network is also a drain on the spirit. Also, tomorrow is the last day of this season, as long as the season ends. He will be able to obtain a reward of 500 million universal points. In one day, he achieved 5 small goals, and this sour feeling left him with no more desires. As for number 1, Lu Yuan didn't think about it. Because even if he can defeat the opponent, he will not be able to replace his combat power. And the opponent's winning streak cannot be broken anytime soon. Besides, Lu Yuan feels that the virtual divine war is the virtual divine war. It doesn't make much sense compared to a real battle between gods. Why? Because in the virtual god war, any user can mobilize their own believer race without reservation without worrying about battle losses. This means that ordinary tactics may not be willing to be used in real divine battles. For example, if there is a real battle between gods, Lu Yuan may not really be willing to use all his Hydra terror Zerglings to sacrifice his life in exchange for the opponent's attack. So, in the final analysis, the god war on this battle network only allows demigods to get familiar with their followers or simply play with them. Lu Yuan, who left the battle network, returned to his divine space again. Seeing the rewards from the system, he became excited again. Lu Yuan looked at the black light group in the system space that seemed to contain the entire universe. With a thought, he directly started to integrate with the priesthood. Buzz. The moment the light ball integrated into his body, Lu Yuan felt as if he had transformed into the god of night. The rich black sky wants to completely cover everything in the world. Letting everything sink into eternal darkness is the best destination. Darkness is fear. All creatures shrouded under the sky will be dominated by terrible nightmares. Having lost their fighting spirit, what kind of powerful force can they still unleash? Very good, very powerful. Moment. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and had a clearer understanding of the Night Dire priesthood. But, he also knew that although this priesthood was not weak, it also consumed a lot of energy. At least it was much more terrifying than his drought, and only slightly weaker than the flame of destruction and the demonic fire of the abyss. If I had a sacred relic plug-in for the divine power container, the power of the divine power would probably be even more terrifying. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the 2 gems that Blade used today. If his troops didn't have the ability to see in the dark, they might have been affected. He now understands that equipment is also an important part of improving strength. System, give me the fusion of dragon blood and night devil wings for all fighting bugs. Lu Yuan recovered his thoughts and directly gave instructions to the system. Ding! The fusion of dragon blood begins. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has added a new ability, Dragon Bloodline. Tip, you gain 390,000 faith points. In the divine domain, the bodies of both the tearing springtails and the flame-thorn demons began to change. Become taller and stronger. On top of the originally delicate and tight skin on the body surface, there is a layer of fine dragon scale lines. Make their defenses stronger. At the same time, life, strength, agility, and even intelligence have been improved accordingly. Even though the rank has not been improved, it is still much stronger. After the prompt message appeared completely, Lu Yuan heard the sound of the system. He was now accustomed to the system's thoughtfulness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, Dragon Bloodline. At the same time, Lu Yuan felt as if a warm current was flowing through his body, followed by a powerful force of qi and blood exploding in his body. His body has also been strengthened. All this was completed in just a few minutes. Later, just when Lu Yuan thought he was merging the second night demon wing, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The wings of the night demon cannot be fused with the flame-thorn demon. Forcible fusion will have irreversible consequences. Do you want to fuse? Really? Lu Yuan nodded. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Hell and the abyss themselves are incompatible existences. Therefore, their powers naturally cannot be forcibly fused together. In the end, Lu Yuan thought for a while and fused the wings of the night demon with the Hydra tier springtail, the poison baneling, and the infested worm. Suddenly, amid the wailing, these 3 types of Zerg all had a pair of night devil wings that were over 1 meter long. Let their strength increase again. It is worth mentioning that Lu Yuan had not integrated the abyssal fire demon factor into the race of infected insects before. Because the most ideal fusion target of the Balrog factor is a long-range attack output method. However, for infected insects, their attacks are not a direct form of violence. On the contrary, it is best for these long-range infection bugs to have stronger mobility. It is convenient to quickly appear in front of the opponent and perform nerve paralysis. In this way, the speed of the infected bugs fused with the wings of the night devil has been increased. Lu Yuan worked tirelessly to integrate the Hydra factor into them again. Anyway, they are all hell-type materials, and there is not much conflict. This time, the strength of the entire infected insect has skyrocketed again. More importantly, after the bloodline changed, their rank increased. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race is upgraded to a brand new race, Hydra infection worm. Tip, you have gained 260,000 faith points. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan looked at the transformed infected insect again. I saw that their bodies had grown to nearly 3 meters in length. The skin all over the body becomes tougher and more delicate. From a distance, it looks like an oversized larva covered in scales. At the same time, there are 2 more wings on both sides, which are not too big. It looks even more sinister. Name, Hydra infection. Category, Zerg. Stage, level 3. Ability, enhanced tear, charge main claw slash, fire element immunity, bacterial infection, armored stab main underwater breathing, swimming proficiency, Hydra heavy armor scales, enhanced regeneration, endurance muscles, dark night vision, dragon bloodline, wings of the night devil, fungal growth main, nerve paralysis main, resilience and stretching. Life 16, slightly higher than the average 3rd level. Strength 14, strength is not his strong point. Agility 10, relatively fast. Intelligence 18, stronger than ordinary mages. Evaluation, the body is still huge and bulky, but the speed is much improved than before. The power of Hydra allows the mouthparts of more than 10 meters to be extended 3 times. In short, let's continue to attack from a distance. Seeing Lu Yuan's promotion, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. But it was just joy. Because he gained too much from this battle with Blade. At least, among his current believer races, the only ones at level 4 are the evolved Zerg brood. And there is no way for the brood to enter the battle. The strongest remaining ones are only the 3rd level creatures. Besides, his offensive methods are still relatively simple. Needs further improvement. Furthermore, he lacks the relic plugin. This is a trump card in the power of the clergy. Lu Yuan thought for a long time, and some new ideas gradually emerged in his mind. If the primitive tearing springtails are combined with the abyssal fire demon factor, will a new type of soldiers be developed? For a time, Lu Yuan seemed to have found a new breakthrough. According to Lu Yuan's guess, the tearing springtail is a melee unit. The abyss flame demon factor causes the target to attack with fire. What kind of sparks can be produced by adding the two together? When the idea came to Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but want to try it. He directly selected a larva, letting it fuse with the blood of the Ripper first and transform into a springtail. Subsequently, the abyssal flame demon factor in the system space was fused. In an instant, a tearing springtail with its whole body burning with blazing flames was born. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: you have obtained a brand new Zerg, Fire Terror. Lu Yuan immediately checked the attribute changes of the new species. After integrating many abilities, its own combat effectiveness has increased significantly. But some problems have also arisen. The vitality is not high, but it is relatively brittle and can easily be seriously injured. Because it conflicts with the breath of hell, it cannot be fused with the devil's wings. This makes them not fast enough. It seems that this assassin team cannot be formed for the time being. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan decided to put this aside for now. He took out a piece of flame divine crystal. This kind of divine crystal is very precious and can allow the user to comprehend some fire-related magic. Logically speaking, it is best to leave it to Abathur for enlightenment. After all, the opponent's intelligence attribute is now very high. Maybe he can learn the magic of fire. But Abathur's expertise lies in the spiritual aspect. Lu Yuan thought about this kind of flame divine crystal with explosive properties, but he still felt that it was not suitable for it. 833. Finally, Lu Yuan found a new way and handed it over to one who seemed to be the strongest among the flame-thorn demons. After all, the opponent itself has been integrated with the flame demon factor, so it should be easier to comprehend. Lu Yuan is just giving it a try. It would be better if he can gain something. If not, he will find another way. After temporarily settling everything in the divine space, he was ready to quit and rest. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan went to the classroom as usual. However, he did not see the figure of the head teacher Ning Yun, thinking that she was still in the sealed land and had not returned. On the other hand, the fat man next to him, Zhen Han, came up to chat with him as soon as he saw him coming back. "Master, I heard that you went to the sealed land and even caught up with the flame tyrant and ran away." Zhen Gang lowered his voice and asked Lu Yuan. The look of a curious baby. "It does happen, but it's not a big problem." Lu Yuan didn't say much. "Hey, it's not that it's not big, it's that the problem is big." Zhen Jian chuckled. "I heard that several gods with high divine power went to hunt down the fingers of the flame tyrant, but they all returned without success in the end. It seems to be blocked by a powerful force." Quote, "Is that so?" Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, saying this might be a bit serious. He just shook his head and said harshly to Zhen, "Whether it's big or not, it doesn't matter to us, right? Why don't you focus all your energy on studying? How can studying be as interesting as gossip?" Zhen Jian chuckled. "Besides, I'm not like you. A pervert like you can actually participate in the high school exchange competition. You know this as well. Zhen Gang is worthy of being a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and he is indeed much better informed than the average person." Sudden, he looked at the other party and had an idea. The crystal nuclei dug out from the Balrog's body in his divine domain had not yet been processed. It just so happened that this guy had a channel. "By the way, I have something to sell here, can you help me?" Lu Yuan changed the topic and said, "What?" When Zhen Jian heard about buying something, she immediately became energetic. "I have to see if the goods are hard, whether they are magic cards, or other materials." Crystal core. Lu Yuan said directly. Crystal core, elemental creature. Zhen Jian thought for a while. The crystal core of this kind of creature is still priced according to its rank, but it is generally not very valuable. After all, the crystal core cannot be used to directly make god cards. It requires many steps to be improved. Quote, Zhen Gang looked at Lu Yuan and said, tell me the rank and quantity. If there are more, I'll ask my dad and he can eat them. If it's too little, you'll have to go to a crystal core sales store. Quote. Lu Yuan heard this and stretched out 5 fingers. Only 5. Zhen Jian shook his head and was about to speak. But I heard Lu Yuan add, 5 million. Puff. He almost spit out the happy water he just took a sip of. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? 500,000 crystal nuclei. Where did you get it? Sealed place. Teacher Ning Yun did not tell anyone about Lu Yuan's attack on the fire demon army in the sealed land. So Zhen Jian doesn't know either. It was a pity for Lu Yuan that there were so many Balrogs because the battle at that time was too brutal. As a result, nearly half of the crystal cores were completely destroyed and could no longer be used. Therefore, there are only 500,000 left from 1 million. Now they are piled in his divine space. He briefly talked about how he had cleared out the underground fire demon army. Hiss. For a long time, Zhen Jian looked at Lu Yuan and took a breath of air. Snapped. He clasped his fists fiercely and said sincerely, Master, if the situation didn't allow it, I would just kneel down and beg you to accept me as your little brother. I'm convinced, that's the Balrog. The most terrifying fire attack. One Balrog may not be a big deal, but if there are more of them, it's a fire demon. It's almost no different from a mage group that uses instant magic. Just one of my armor-piercing diggers will be burned into dried meat if they come face to face with them. Quote. Lu Yuan did not dwell on his praise. Instead he asked, just tell me whether your Chamber of Commerce can afford it. How much money can you give? I'll definitely eat this, but the general market price for most level 2 Balrog crystal cores is around 1,000 general points. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Zhen Jian continued to explain. Because if you want to use the flame demon crystal core that is contaminated with the abyss aura, you must deal with the abyss aura within it. Although the price of the finished product is very high. But the value of the crystal core itself is lower than ordinary ones. But don't worry, when I go back and ask my dad, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Lu Yuan also had some knowledge about the market price, and he didn't hide it when he knew it. Anyway, the other party is a Chamber of Commerce. If it can be realized directly, he will sell it directly. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Lu Yuan thought for a while, since your family is a Chamber of Commerce, you can also help me see if there are any sacred relic plugins for sale that specifically store divine power, and what is the approximate price. What? Relic plugin? Zhen Ji couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Master, do you know how expensive that thing is? It starts at a few 100 million, and there's no upper limit. And even if there are ready-made holy artifact plugins, they may not be able to fully match your own bloodline aura. Is it so complicated? Lu Yuan frowned and said, he fought with the blade and found that this holy artifact plugin is definitely a good thing. Plus I have such a large number of crystal nuclei to deal with. So I started thinking about buying a holy relic plugin. Of course, generally sacred relic plugins rarely appear, and even if they do appear, they are at auctions. Zhen Gang said very understandingly, this kind of thing may not necessarily be the same for hundreds of millions or billions. Besides, there haven't been any auctions selling this thing recently. Quote. Is that so? It seems like you can't get it before the exchange competition. Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning. Maybe. Lu Yuan looked at him doubtfully. Zhen Jian smiled and said, although no one is selling it, you can find someone to do it. Anyone else does it? Lu Yuan said unexpectedly. Of course, there are many gods who specialize in alchemy and can make holy artifact plugins. Zhen Gang nodded and said, as far as I know, our master Zhou Wenshan in Cayenne City can specially create sacred artifact plugins for people, but the fee is relatively expensive and you need to bring your own materials. Zhou Wenshan. Lu Yuan seems to have heard of this master's name. He is a god with elementary divine power, but he is good at alchemy. Okay, after school, come with me to have a look. No problem, God has your destiny, don't dare to disobey it. Jen firmly patted her chest to assure herself. After school, the two walked out of the school gate together. Should we take a taxi there? Lu Yuan couldn't help but said while looking at the flow of people outside the school gate. No, I asked my dad to send a car. It will be here soon. When the time comes, we will go directly to discuss your big deal. Jen said hard. All right. Lu Yuan shrugged, he was going to Juncheng Chamber of Commerce anyway. Hey, it's coming. Jen Gang looked at a car in the distance and waved. Suddenly the car stopped in front of him, and the driver opened the door and respectfully asked to get in. 0. Jen Gang took the first step and sat in. He turned around and greeted Lu Yuan. Get in the car quickly and let's go. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to get in the car. But suddenly, his eyes subconsciously turned back to look at the street in the distance. What's wrong? Jen asked hard. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan finally looked back. It's nothing, let's go. Maybe it's my imagination. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan got into the car and left the place immediately. Just after the vehicle disappeared, a few hundred meters away, a figure wearing a black windbreaker, with his entire face covered by a wide hood, poked his head out from the other side of the street. GG, Lu Yuan, you didn't expect that I would come back alive. A cold, gloomy, and evil voice sounded from the other party's mouth. Immediately, the other party's figure turned slightly and quickly disappeared into the crowd. There is a familiar person like Zhen Jian as a guide. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived outside an extremely luxurious courtyard. There is a private garden with a uniquely decorated single-family villa inside. In Cayenne City, this kind of hospital would start at least 500 million yuan. Don't just look at the surface, there are all facilities related to various gods inside. Definitely a high-quality luxury home. As a result, Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly admire the alchemist's worth. There were no dramas about embarrassment, disappearance, or weird tempers. At the gate, an old man with extremely gentlemanly demeanor opened the door for Zhen Han and Lu Yuan. Then they were introduced into the villa. Ha ha ha, sit down quickly, Zhen Jian, right. I just heard your father say hello, saying that you brought the first grader of No. 1 middle school here. In the villa, there is a man with gray hair and a thin figure. The old man wearing glasses and looking like a scholar spoke enthusiastically. Yes, Grandpa Joe, this is our number 1 middle school. No, he is the number 1 genius in the entire Cayenne City. Zhen Jian praised Lu Yuan unceremoniously. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenshan, a blacksmith. Zhou Wenshan smiled and shook hands with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan held the other party's hands with both hands and said modestly. Master Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. You are not worthy of the name of genius. After hearing this, Zhou Wenshan showed a hint of appreciation on his face. He has a good character and is a good young man. Tell me, what kind of holy artifact plugin do you want to create? I'll give it to you for free. After Master Zhou and Lu Yuan sat down, they spoke straight to the point. But you have to buy these materials yourself. Free. Lu Yuan couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing this. We just met, and this famous alchemy master actually made a holy artifact plugin for himself for free. But he heard Zhen insisting that if he asked someone to take action, the handling fee alone would start at 3.2 million. Great, I knew Grandpa Zhou must be a generous person. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Zhen Jian next to him took the initiative. Lu Yuan wants to create a sacred object that stores divine power. Can't you do it with your skills? Is it a sacred object that stores divine power? Master Zhou nodded. Which attribute of divine power do you want to focus on? The attributes are different, and the materials are different. I think it's more about the fire attribute. Lu Yuan thought for a while and said directly. Is it fire-based? Master Zhou pondered for a moment. No problem, I happen to have a fire python gallbladder with extremely weak divine power here, which can be used to make a pair of gloves for you. I'll give you half the price for this material, but you still need an ice attribute holy object as a protective material. The level requirement of this material is not too high. It is used to neutralize the violent power of the fire god. After all, you are now a demigod. If you don't control it well, you will explode before your divine power is released. I don't have this here, so you need to find it yourself. Quote. A holy object with ice attributes. Zhen Jian stared and thought for a while. It seems that our Chamber of Commerce really doesn't have one. What should we do? I know there is a microplane in the outer realm where demigod-level ice lizards exist, but you have to find a way to hunt them yourself. A demigod ice lizard. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He is now a demigod, and he possesses several powerful priesthoods. If you hunt down a few demigod-level ice lizards, you may not have a chance. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Please tell me the coordinates. Okay, then tell me your account number and I will send it to you directly. Zhou Wenshan nodded. Next, Lu Yuan and Zhou Wenshan discussed the specific costs of creating the Holy Artifact plugin. The extremely weak Fire Python gallbladder alone is worth 1 billion universal points. If you discount it in half, it's still 500 million. In addition, there are miscellaneous other material costs that require assistance. Directly close to 300 million. This adds up to a cost of 800 million. It's because of the discount. Lu Yuan now finally knows why sacred artifact plugins are so rare. You can't afford it at all. Fortunately, the combat power rankings can reward 500 million. If we sell all these crystal cores, we should be able to almost collect it. After leaving Master Zhou Wenshan's villa, Lu Yuan and Zhen Jian went to the Zhen Cheng Chamber of Commerce. Like Zhou Wenshan, Zhen Jing's father, Zhen Cheng, sufficient kindness was also released to him. The crystal core that originally had 1,000 points was actually doubled to 2,000 points. In the end, all the Balrog crystal cores added up to earn more than 700 million. The general points are definitely enough. The only thing missing now is the ice lizard's crystal core and gallbladder. Lu Yuan thought for a while and decided that it would be better to hit the sun than to choose the right day. He headed to the outer lands as soon as possible and hunted back the materials he needed. At that time, Master Zhou Wenshan can start work as soon as possible. Separate from Zhen Jian, Lu Yuan appeared at the plane transfer station again. According to the coordinates given by Master Zhou, he paid the fee directly and entered the teleportation station. As the light continued to flash, Lu Yuan's figure disappeared from the transmission channel. When he walked out of the teleportation station again, the whole world was covered by a storm of white snow. Lu Yuan exhaled and instantly turned into ice and spread away. For demigods, the coldness of this power does not have much effect. Lu Yuan, who was dressed in casual clothes, thought a thought, and a power star belonging to a demigod rose up from his body. Vaguely, he could feel the protection of the rules from the main world. Is it another plane close to the main world? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. This time he did not wear that kind of bracelet, and found that the connection with his divine domain space was relatively weak. Even the summoning door cannot be opened. Since you can't use your own believers, you can only rely on yourself. Whoosh! Lu Yuan followed the guidance of the plane map and moved towards the ice lizard's territory. Ice lizard, full name, Frost Dragon Lizard, is a powerful dragon lizard with a trace of dragon blood. It has been a 5th level existence since birth. Once you reach adulthood, you can reach the 9th level. After decades or hundreds of years of accumulation, it is not difficult to break through the Japanese level. Demigods, on the other hand, are existences up to the 15th level. Among the entire Frost Dragon Lizard group, he is definitely at the leader level. Based on the information Master Zhou gave me, there are a total of 5 ice lizard territories on the entire R679 microplane. They are not far from each other and each has its own affairs. Lu Yuan reached out and pulled, and a curtain of light emerged from his arm. 5 groups, 5 demigod-level ice lizards. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan rushed directly towards the easternmost group of ice lizards. Each group of ice lizards is expected to number around 1,000. There is one among them, the strongest demigod-level ice lizard. His purpose was to quickly kill this demigod-level lizard. Leave jelly before alerting the demigod ice lizards elsewhere. Return to the teleport station. After nearly 2 hours of rapid speeding, Lu Yuan finally saw the ice lizards living in the valley behind a series of snow-capped mountains. An ice blue lizard with a body length of more than 5 meters lay lazily on the rock to rest. And in the deepest part of the ice lizard, a huge frost dragon lizard nearly 50 meters long is crawling on the ground. It just lay there, exuding an extremely powerful aura from all over its body. Make all the surrounding ice lizards surrender to it. System, give me the information. Lu Yuan's thoughts moved when he saw the Frost Dragon Lizard. Relevant information about the Frost Dragon Lizard King suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Frost Dragon Lizard King. Category: Yulong. Stage: 15th level. Ability: Ice Breath main, Dragon Bloodline, Claw Tearing, Dragon Tail, Shadow Whip main, Dragon Roar main. Life: 77, a demigod creature with thick blood. Strength: 78, strength is its strength. Agility: 70, when running wildly, you must surpass the basic attributes. Intelligence: 65, compared to demigods, a bit weak. Evaluation: the thin dragon bloodline gives it more power and potential. It is best not to collide with it head-on. Fire is their nemesis. As fire the nemesis, Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw the prompted information. He really couldn't use the power of fire. Because, once burned, the outer skin and internal organs cannot be used as materials. So, laugh. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and took out a short stick-like tool from his waist. As soon as he thought about it, a sharp spearhead stretched out from the short stick. Moment. A spear nearly 4 meters long fell into his hand. The whole body of the spear was glowing with silver light, and there were fine lines on the handle, which was cold to the touch. At the end of the spear, which was more than 30 centimeters long, there was a ferocious inverted phoenix. Once it is pierced, it will spread instantly and become something like a bloodletting tank. Moreover, it is more advanced. Because the Frost Dragon Lizard is too big. Once the gun head penetrates the opponent's skin, it will automatically extend 3 meters. The total adds up to a length of 7 meters. If the location found is accurate enough, it can be fatal to the opponent. So, this gun is called the Dragon Slaying Gun. The product of the combination of technology and sacred objects. This was given to him by the boss of the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce, Zhen Gang's father, when he learned that Lu Yuan had come to kill the Frost Dragon Lizard. This time, Lu Yuan did not refuse. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. With this dragon slaying gun, his plan to kill the Frost Dragon Lizard quickly would be easier to succeed. His eyes glanced at the raging wind and snow in the distance. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's figure soared into the sky from the snow-capped mountains, turning into a silver stream of light and rushing toward the Frost Dragon Lizard King in the distance. No conspiracy or bait is needed. Facing a demigod is a direct battle. Roar! The moment Lu Yuan took action, the Ice Dragon Lizard King, who was still dozing in the distance, let out a loud roar. His eyes flew open. The huge and solid tail suddenly brought out a long afterimage at an extraordinary and terrifying speed. In the wind and snow, it cut through the void like a roaring train. He swept towards Lu Yuan's body. Active ability: Dragon Tail Whip Shadow. An instant burst of terrifying speed, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Whoosh! However, just as the whip shadow fell, Lu Yuan's whole body strength suddenly exploded in midair. Next moment, he dodged suddenly and avoided the opponent's terrifying blow. Roar! A strange color flashed in the eyes of the Frost Dragon Lizard King. He didn't expect that the tiny human demigod in front of him could dodge so quickly. Actually, if you refer to Lu Yuan's basic attributes before, there is no comparison with the Frost Dragon Lizard King. But, since the emergence of the insect nest altar in the divine space, there have been crazy sacrifices from believers. Lu Yuan's attributes had a huge improvement that even he himself didn't know about. User: Lu Yuan. God's name: God of Natural Disasters. Faith value: 5.75 million. Rank: Demigod. Priest: Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Demon Fire, Flames of Destruction, Night Dire. Sacred Fire. Not lit. Godhead. None. Life: 88. The upper limit of demigods is not enough. Strength: 85. Excellent talent. Agility: 80. Incredibly fast. Intelligence: 90. Monster. Faith race. Believer. The current Lu Yuan can be said to be much better than the Frost Dragon Lizard King in terms of attributes. A head-on confrontation is enough to completely defeat it. Call out. A terrifying scream sounded all around Lu Yuan. His figure suddenly turned in midair, bringing up a series of strange phantoms. Before the Frost Dragon Lizard King could react, he rushed towards the bottom of its neck. The dragon-slaying spear in his hand shook, and turned into a silver phantom that stabbed directly at the opponent's reverse scale. Ouch! The Frost Dragon Lizard King roared and shook his head instinctively. Boom! A muffled sound. The head as huge as a hill caused Tu Longqiang to move half a meter away at the critical moment. Puff! The dragon-slaying spear instantly penetrated the flesh and blood below the neck, and a fountain-like blood suddenly gushes out from the wound. Lu Yuan clenched his palm and suddenly pulled out the dragon-slaying gun. Poof! The dragon-slaying spear with blooming barbs brought up a large piece of flesh and scales, causing the Frost Dragon Lizard King to let out a scream. But his move just now avoided the vital point. Although the blow was injured, he was not killed. Ouch, human, I'm going to kill you. He let out an extremely angry roar, opened his mouth wide, and a stream of cold current filled with terrifying ice spurted out from his mouth. Spits of frost. As an ice demigod, this is the Frost Dragon Lizard King's powerful attack method. Boom! As soon as the torrent of frost spit out, the limbs of the Frost Dragon Lizard King moved directly and began to charge towards Lu Yuan. Once the Frost Dragon Lizard King is allowed to run wildly, the burst of power will definitely hit Lu Yuan severely. Puff! In his field of vision, a terrifying cold current instantly enveloped Lu Yuan's body. Seeing this, the Frost Dragon Lizard King looked overjoyed. He opened his mouth and used his active ability again. Longwei roars. Ouch! A roar mixed with the power of the blood dragon can make the enemy's brain lose consciousness instantly, and he is frightened by this powerful aura. And this time, it only takes a moment. His ferocious horns can completely pierce the opponent's body. Go to hell! The Frost Dragon Lizard King's speed increased dramatically, and the two sharp horns on his head that were as sharp as blades hit Lu Yuan. However, just when he thought it was over, sudden. In the wind and snow, a shrill scream sounded. Next moment, the flames around Lu Yuan suddenly went out, and his figure actually rushed towards the Frost Dragon Lizard King without retreating. No, you! Before the Frost Dragon Lizard King's exclamation could be heard, Lu Yuan had disappeared in front of him. Puff! The 4-meter-long dragon-slaying spear penetrated from the reverse scale position without missing a beat. Immediately afterwards, the dragon spear inside bloomed and instantly penetrated the heart of the Frost Dragon Lizard King. The terrifying power not only pierced the Dragon Lizard King's heart, but also flew his huge body backwards. Boom! The body of the Frost Dragon Lizard King hit the mountain behind uncontrollably. Below, hundreds of Frost Dragon Lizards couldn't help but roar in terror. Their king was actually defeated. PFF'd. Lu Yuan pulled out the dragon-slaying gun with an expressionless expression. Subsequently, he opened the space container that was ready to house the Dragon Lizard King, and a space fluctuation suddenly emerged. It began to absorb the huge corpse of the Frost Dragon Lizard King into it. This kind of absorption takes some time. Probably about a few seconds. Lu Yuan glanced around with cold eyes. No Frost Dragon Lizard dared to attack him at this time. Just now, he did not hesitate to spend 100,000 faith points to erupt in the flames of destruction and envelope his body. Only then did he resist the Frost Dragon Lizard King's frost spitting. The dragon's mighty roar that followed had no impact at all on him, a being with dragon blood. Ding! The host has killed the Frost Dragon Lizard King. Reward, Dragon Bloodline +1. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was slightly startled by the system prompt in his mind. Before he could react, a blazing warmth rushed into his body. For a moment, he felt that his dragon bloodline had actually been strengthened. It seems to be twice as powerful as the previous dragon bloodline. Lu Yuan grinned. He didn't expect that killing the Dragon Lizard King would have such benefits. At this moment, the entire body of the Dragon Lizard King was completely put into the container. Lu Yuan waved his hand and put the container into his arms. About to leave, but at this moment, 4 jets of frost burst out from 4 directions without warning. Lu Yuan's figure was completely enveloped in an instant. For a moment, the terrifying cold current turned him into an ice sculpture. Boom! 4 demigod-level frost dragon lizards actually appeared from a short distance away. And above one of the Frost Dragon Lizard Kings, there stood a figure wearing a cloak. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan, I did not hesitate to consume a hidden gem holy object and a Frost Dragon Lizard King's bait to prepare a feast for you. Do you still like it? The shrill, eerie, and scalp-numbing laughter came from under the cloak. Laughing wildly, the figure instantly pulled off his cloak, revealing a terrifying face covered with tumors and scales. If Lu Yuan could see it at this moment, he must be able to guess that this figure is actually Luo Ziming, whom he has not seen for a long time. Luo Ziming now is more than 10,000 times uglier than before. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. He looked at Lu Yuan, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and a cheerful and ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have endured for so long just for this moment. His laughter suddenly turned venomous. It's all Lu Yuan. Without Lu Yuan, how could he be like this? All of this is Lu Yuan's fault. Without him, he would have become the proud son of No. One middle school. In the future, the divine fire will be ignited to become a true god. It's 10,000 times better than this ghost look now. What are you waiting for? He looked at the 4 frost dragon lizard kings. Kill him and eat his flesh and blood to ensure that you can evolve and become a stronger existence. Ouch! When the 4-headed dragon lizard king saw this, he roared and rushed towards Lu Yuan, who had turned into an ice sculpture. Just one slap would completely crush this figure. As long as they devour his flesh and blood, they will have the possibility of evolution. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows of 4 sharp claws were raised high, and they were about to shoot at the ice sculpture. Seeing this scene in midair, Luo Ziming almost looked up to the sky and laughed. But at this moment, a blazing flame emerged from the ice sculpture. Next moment, it turned into a ball of fire and completely ignited the entire ice sculpture. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Lu Yuan, whose whole body was wrapped in flames, rushed out of the ice sculpture. He narrowly escaped the attacks of 4 frost dragon lizard kings. Luo Ziming, I didn't expect you to become such a virtuous person. Lu Yuan's figure rushed into the air, and his whole body was wrapped in flames as he looked at Luo Ziming with cold eyes. Now he finally remembered that his feeling at the school gate was not wrong. At that time, he was still wondering who was following him. Now, he understands. It turned out to be Luo Ziming, who had turned into a monster. Fire Priesthood, it seems that you have received a lot of care at No. One middle school. Seeing Lu Yuan's figure, Luo Ziming's sarcoma-covered face showed a ferocious smile. It's a pity that you are going to die here today, and everything you have done is in vain. Go ahead, kill him, and you will double what I promised, and you can become stronger demigods. Luo Ziming waved his hand, and 4 frost dragon lizards rushed towards Lu Yuan. The terrifying frost spit emerged again. This time, incomparable contempt flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Call out. His figure suddenly disappeared from midair, and the next moment, it cut through the void like a meteor, shooting straight towards Luo Ziming. If you don't kill him now, when will you kill him? So fast. Luo Ziming's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to explode with such terrifying strength. He subconsciously raised his hands, and suddenly tentacles like snake tails sprouted from his hands. Under the influence of the second stage of distortion, Luo Ziming has now grown into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Pity. When Lu Yuan saw him taking action, he swung his spear without even looking, and the silver spear light instantly pierced through. At this moment, the terrifying power mixed with the aura of dragon blood burst out all over him. His tentacles were torn apart instantly. Puff! Just for a moment, the spear instantly penetrated Luo Ziming's chest, and even his whole body flew backwards. It stopped after it hit a mountain peak thousands of meters away. Boom! The huge force made the mountain tremble suddenly and collapsed. This is not good, run away. Several frost dragon lizard kings who were originally planning to take action even exclaimed when they saw this. In the blink of an eye, the birds and beasts dispersed. Being able to reach the level of a demigod in the outer realm, even a beast has a high level of intelligence. Originally, they thought that with the 4 major demigods joining forces, they could suppress Lu Yuan. But just now Lu Yuan exploded. These demigod dragon lizard kings instantly understood a problem. That is, even if we join forces, we can't defeat them at all. If you can't beat him and still fight here, that's stupid. So, the 4-headed dragon lizard king that originally wanted to attack fled instantly. Also escaping were large swaths of frost dragon lizards. Even their king is dead, so why aren't they here to die? In this regard, Lu Yuan ignored it. He stared at the ruins in the distance, and the divine power in his body began to flow slowly. Because Luo Ziming is not dead. Ouch. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan. It's all you who made me what I am now. It's all you. An almost crazy roar echoed under the ruins. Next moment, just a loud noise was heard, and the ruins exploded. Then, Lu Yuan's pupils shrank and he saw a huge snake with 5 heads and a length of more than 80 meters rushing out of the ruins. Power, power, what a wonderful calendar. On the head in the middle, the original snake head was replaced by Luo Ziming's head. He roared almost madly. Jehieji, Lu Yuan, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have received the gift of the great Lord Archimonde and have the powerful power I have now. Chi-Chi. As he spoke, the wound on the far right side of his head, which had been penetrated by the dragon-slaying spear, began to heal rapidly and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Strong power. Does it mean turning into this kind of monster? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and the other party's information suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Luo Ziming. Category: Hell Beast Tribe. Stage: 16th level. Ability: Super Speed Regeneration, Chaos Attack, Split Main, Bloodthirsty Rage Main. Life 90, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength 90, Destroy a Mountain. Agility 83, Speed is not a strong point. Intelligence 57, Chaotic Brain. Evaluation: Humans who have been injected with a large number of Hydra genes can no longer be called human beings. They have gained great power, but have lost everything they originally had. After seeing the information, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have deep disdain in his eyes. Good human beings actually gave up their qualifications to become gods and became like this. It can be said to be very sad. Obviously, Luo Ziming also knew that this appearance was not good. So, Lu Yuan's words instantly stung the most sensitive part of his heart. Oh, you are the monster, I will kill you, tear you apart, and eat you piece by piece. Everything about you will be mine. Ouch, swish. The huge body rushed towards Lu Yuan with extraordinary speed. Although he gave up the opportunity to become a god, Luo Ziming, who has reached the 16th level, theoretically has the strength to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Phew. 4 ferocious python heads opened their mouths and bit at Lu Yuan. Their speed is several times faster than the frost dragon lizard just now. Call out. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan's figure narrowly escaped this round of attacks. There was just a loud noise, and the mountain peak behind him turned into countless fragments. An area of several thousand meters in radius was completely turned into powder. This is because the plane is partially suppressed by the rules of the main world. Otherwise, farther outside the territory, this alone might turn a land of 10,000 meters into ruins. Seeing Lu Yuan running away in panic, Luo Ziming's mouth was full of excitement. Ha ha ha, run away, in the face of absolute power, there is no use running away. Luo Ziming laughed wildly. He began to enjoy the pleasure of torturing his prey. However, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped in midair. He had no intention of escaping. You should know that hell and the abyss are mortal enemies, right? Sudden, he opened his mouth and said something that stunned Luo Ziming. Ha, abyss. Luo Ziming was stunned at first, then started laughing ferociously. Jia, you were right, the power of the abyss is indeed annoying, but what's the point? Drought, sandstorm, desolation. Lu Yuan, I know clearly the power of your priesthood. Even if you rise to the point of burning, so what? Ordinary flames are of no use to me. Quote, what a coincidence. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled and looked at Luo Ziming teasingly. Who told you that my flames are ordinary flames? While talking, Lu Yuan raised his palm. The faith value from the believers in his mind burned crazily. If all 3 million faith points are burned, I don't believe you can't be burned to death. Puff. On his palm, a dark red flame of destruction instantly appeared. Next moment, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards Luo Ziming. What's this? A question flashed in Luo Ziming's mind, and the flame fell on him instantly. Immediately afterwards, with the blessing of the power of faith, the flame turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Luo Ziming's huge body was completely submerged in an instant. Ah, no, this is the flame of the abyss, it's impossible, how can you have the power of the abyss? Luo Ziming wanted to struggle, but those flames of destruction spread toward his body like tarsal maggots. The powerful and arrogant Luo Ziming discovered in horror. His super strong regeneration ability was actually useless under the influence of the flame of destruction. No, how could I die? I haven't completed your mission yet, let the power of the temple come again. In the midst of the incomparable screams and struggles, Luo Ziming's body was turned into coke by the flames of destruction. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The flame of destruction, which burned 3 million faith points, finally did not disappoint him. He moved and floated in front of Luo Ziming, who had turned into a charred corpse. The power of the flame of destruction is truly terrifying. The huge corpse had been burned into bones at this moment. What is this? Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly saw a circular mark on the black skin that had not yet dissipated. Above this mark, there seems to be an ocean pattern at the bottom, and a vague shape of a rising sun can be seen above. The rising sun. Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of what teacher Ning Yun said. The black sun is shining brightly, that is not the fallen saint. The church's logo. But at this moment when he lost his mind, under the huge body, a small snake, only 2 meters long, suddenly sprang out of the ground. Before Lu Yuan could react, he plunged into the ground and disappeared. Lu Yuan, Luo Ziming, will come back. Luo Ziming roared ferociously and viciously in his heart. The powerful splitting ability of Hydra factor allowed him to separate a clone at the last moment. As long as you give him time, he can grow up again. However, he had just escaped not far underground. The ground began to shake, and the surrounding rocks tumbled in an instant. What's going on? Who is it? Who is using the power of the earth? However, just as his exclamation rang out, Lu Yuan's indifferent figure emerged. He raised his palm, and the surrounding earth of several hundred meters was forcibly turned over by him. If this allows you to escape, I will look down on myself. An indifferent voice sounded. A ball of flames of destruction instantly enveloped the little snake. No, don't. Before Luo Ziming's horrified scream could even stop, his entire body was completely reduced to ashes. Until his death, he did not understand why Lu Yuan had such control over the earth. A strong wind blew. The huge corpse instantly turned into countless dust and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan finally determined that the 3 words Luo Ziming had completely disappeared from the world. I feel that my faith is almost exhausted. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This time, if it weren't for his faith value being enough to support the explosion of these clerical powers, I'm afraid Luo Ziming really escaped. Perhaps it was because he had obtained the Hydra factor before. This time, even if he killed Luo Ziming, the system did not give any prompt. After taking a quick glance, Lu Yuan didn't stay any longer and rushed directly towards the teleportation station. Only, the words Fallen Temple and Archimonde have been lingering in his mind. The Fallen Temple actually absorbed Luo Ziming and promoted him to such an extent in such a short period of time. Also, what kind of existence is Archimonde? And what is the so-called jihad? Before Luo Ziming died, he said that he had not completed his mission. What does this mission have to do with? Lu Yuan felt that perhaps there were some very important secrets involved. He can't participate yet, but he planned to tell teacher Ning Yun the news as soon as he returned. Maybe it would help her. Lu Yuan rushed back after a long journey. Go directly to Master Zhou Wenshan's residence and hand over the body of the Frost Dragon Lizard King to him. Then he returned to school. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Lu Yuan called Ning Yun to apply for a call. Fortunately, the other party got through quickly. Lu Yuan, I heard that you went to the outer world, and now you are back. Teacher Ning Yun was obviously well informed and showed concern as soon as she opened her mouth. Lu Yuan nodded. Teacher, I met Luo Ziming when I was outside the territory. What? Luo Ziming? Why is he there? Ning Yun couldn't help but change her face slightly when she heard this. As such that, Lu Yuan began to tell Ning Yun roughly what happened to him. After listening to this, Ning Yun's pretty face was filled with solemnity. Lu Yuan, your news is very important. The Fallen Temple has actually begun to infiltrate our Cayenne city. Something must be done. I will report to the higher-ups right now. Quote. By the way, Teacher Ning, who is Archimonde? A very powerful god. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. I have no idea. Ning Yun's answer made him a little surprised. The legend of Archimonde is one of the gods who formed the fallen temple, but no one has seen his true form, and no one knows how powerful he is. But what is certain is that his strength is at least that of the Lord God. Quote, Lord God. Lu Yuan took a breath of air after hearing this. Extremely weak divine power, elementary divine power, medium, high, strong divine power, because of Shenhuan. Only those who have achieved great divine power can be called the Lord God. You can imagine how terrifying that Archimonde's power is. Don't worry, the rules of the main world are very strong. The more powerful the gods are, the harder it is for them to get in. Ning Yun explained, you should concentrate on class during this period and prepare well for the middle school exchange competition. If you can get in the top 10, you can hope to ignite the god of destruction within a year. As for other things, don't think about it for now. Quote, clear. Lu Yuan nodded, he is just a high school student now. There are a lot of people at the top who worry about this kind of thing. Naturally, it's not his turn to take care of it. Hang up the call. Lu Yuan put these problems behind him for the time being. Now he has started to make the sacred object plugin. Apart from this, what remains is the improvement of the believer race in the entire divine space. I looked at the time and saw that there was still nearly a month and a half left. Lu Yuan plans to go to 400 Juncheng Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to buy some magic cards. Whether it is the expansion of the divine domain or the increase in resources, it will have a great impact on the entire divine domain. What, are you planning to expand the divine realm? The next night, Zhen Jian couldn't help but exclaimed in the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce. Great God, is your faith worth so much? Can't even 50,000 hectares be consumed? Consumption. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at him with some confusion. I wonder, you don't even know this, do you? Zhen Gang slapped his head and was speechless. Master, although the bigger the divine space, the better, but apart from the basic 50 hectares of divine area, which does not consume faith points, as long as you expand, you will consume your own faith points to enter the divine space. This will be true even if you become the kingdom of God in the future. The larger the divine domain, the more faith points are consumed. Moreover, this growth rate is not a gentle growth. Quote, Lu Yuan just reacted after hearing what Zhen Gang said. No wonder he felt that the increase in his faith value was not so terrifying. The time was actually consumed. Zhen Jian found him a table, which contained data on the size of the divine domain and the consumption of faith value by related resources. Lu Yuan took a look and found that there was a lot involved. Factors including the divine environment, special resources, size, etc. will all affect the consumption speed of faith points. Judging from the current rate, Lu Yuan made a preliminary estimate that his divine domain space can be expanded to 100,000 hectares at most. The population limit can be raised to around 5 million. Only in this way can we obtain higher faith benefits. Compared to other divine realms, Lu Yuan's population limit has exceeded their limits. In general, even if a divine domain has 100,000 hectares, issues such as housing, and resources must be taken into consideration. The maximum population that can be accommodated is less than 2 million people. If we consider some relatively large volumes, or even large area planting of survival resources, probably not even 2 million. But Lu Yuan is different. Zerg units do not farm at all, and do not need to farm. With the assistance of the creep ground, you can hibernate to ensure your basic nutrition. Quantity advantage is one of Lu Yuan's biggest advantages. Of course he couldn't let it go. In the end, Lu Yuan used his remaining universal points. I bought 2 top-level God's Domain development cards from the Juncheng Chamber of Commerce and spent nearly 200 million. He spent 3,000 to buy a top-level Light Armor Warrior Job Change card. He planned to build himself a highly mobile battlefield guerrilla force. Not only can you fight head-on, but you can also support various battlefields. The candidates for this highly offensive battlefield guerrilla force have already been selected by him. It's the Flame Tier Demon. The attack power is now available, but the only regret is that the mobility is still lacking. In addition, Lu Yuan also purchased swordsmanship expertise cards, assassination expertise cards, and martial arts expertise cards. These were originally specialty cards that could only be learned by demi-humans or humans. Lu Yuan is going to try to learn how to use his fire tear demon. After getting these things done, Lu Yuan's general points were also spent. Next, just wait for these resources to be consumed and the sacred object plugin to be obtained. By then, Lu Yuan can safely participate in the high school exchange competition. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. After these few days of accumulation, Lu Yuan entered his divine space again, seeing that the faith value on the God's domain interface has increased to 5 million again. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly used one of his top-level divine domain opening cards. Boom! In the vast void, Lu Yuan's divine domain expanded again. Wait until the expansion of the divine domain is completed. He looked at the system space again, where, after several years of Abathur's unremitting efforts, a Zerg mother nest had once again evolved into an intermediate mother nest. This means that he can add new Zerg broods. Lu Yuan directly left 5 Zerg mother nests in the new divine domain. Start letting them spread out the creep land again. Subsequently, let Abathur further increase the evolution probability of the insect nest. After the brood evolves again, he will throw down his top divine domain opening card. In one fell swoop, he expanded his divine domain space to 100,000 hectares. Breeding, mutation, specialization card placement. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. After such a cycle, Lu Yuan believes that his divine domain will definitely become more powerful than ever. Time passed, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yuan finally received the news. Master Zhou Wenshan has completed the creation of his sacred artifact plugin. Looking at a pair of red gloves that fit perfectly on his palms, Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. The inside of the gloves has ice blue lines, which are warm to the touch and feel very comfortable. The Holy Relic plugin, to put it simply, is the kind of equipment similar to playing games. The equipment worn has its own special function, comes with various attribute bonuses and the like. The purpose of Lu Yuan's current pair of Fire Python gloves is to store divine power. The Fire Python gloves can store 2 drops of divine power, which is enough for you to use powerful divine power twice. It can recharge itself after use, but the cooling time takes about 3 days. You use your own discretion. Quote, Zhou Wenshan explained to Lu Yuan. Thank you, Master Zhou. Lu Yuan bowed and nodded. If the alchemist is particularly concerned about an item, the quality will naturally be higher than the average. He just took one look and knew that Master Zhou Wenshan was very attentive. It's okay. It's an honor for me to be able to connect with a genius like you. Zhou Wenshan said very frankly. He also knew a little bit about Lu Yuan's situation, and was naturally very optimistic about his potential. Lu Yuan naturally understood the kindness released by the other party. For those who treat him sincerely, he will naturally not let down the other party's good intentions. After bidding farewell to Master Zhou Wenshan, Lu Yuan hurried back to school. During this period, teacher Ning Yun never came back. According to the principal's words, the Ning family behind her asked her to go back and take charge of some things. Originally, the identity of this class teacher was also temporary. Of course it won't be here now. As time went by, gradually, the conversation among the students in No. 1 middle school gradually turned to a new direction. That is, the Cayenne City High School exchange competition will be held in 5 days. This event is the most important event at the demigod level in Cayenne City. Because, once the divine fire is ignited, preparations for the college entrance examination will soon begin. By then, no one will be focusing on any game. Only after passing the college entrance examination and entering university can one have the opportunity to become a god. Have you heard? This time the Cayenne City exchange competition is going through a lot of bleeding. The champion's reward is actually the faith gem. What? A gem of faith. A gem that can enhance the burning effect of faith, making it easier to ignite divine fire. Yes, it's that kind, and it is said that the 3 principals from 3, 6, and 9 applied from the capital. Oh my god, if someone gets it, wouldn't it be easy to light the divine fire? Countless discussions resounded throughout the campus. Zhen Jian said mysteriously next to Lu Yuan. Great god, this time the gem of faith is not prepared for you, right? Do you think I have the face of a champion? Lu Yuan looked at him and said. Like, you were born to look like a champion. Zhen Jian praised shamelessly. I'm too lazy to care about you. Lu Yuan shook his head, stood up, carried his school bag and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Although he has 100 million points of confidence in winning the championship, he still needs to be fully prepared. Even if he wins the blade on the battle network, it doesn't necessarily mean that there are no strong men in the entire Cayenne city. So, after such a long time, it was time for him to go back and see his divine domain. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: you have entered the exclusive divine space. In the divine space, Lu Yuan's figure appeared, and at a glance, the entire divine domain was vast and vast. Only, such a vast place is covered with bacteria as thick as mud. The blanket covered 80% of the area. To a person who loves beauty, everything is filled with ugliness and disgust. Lu Yuan felt extremely comfortable. This is a characteristic unique to his followers. With a thought, Lu Yuan opened his divine domain interface. User: Lu Yuan. God's name: God of Natural Disasters. Faith value: 217 million. Rank: Demigod. Priest: Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Demon Fire, Flames of Destruction, Night Dire. Sacred Fire. Not lit. Godhead. None. Faith Race: Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larva, Insect Mother Hive. Believers: Fanatical Believers 4.23 million, Devout Believers 500,000, Deep Believers 210,000, Pan Believers 0. 8 major priesthoods, 200 million faith values, and nearly 5 million believer races. I would like to ask, before lighting the divine fire, which demigod can achieve the level of Lu Yuan? Looking at the Zerg under his command, the level 3 Hydra tore through 200,000 Zergling heavy armored warriors. Non-professional tearing springtail 500,000. 300,000 level 3 Hydra infected insects. Level 3 Hydra baneling 500,000. Level 3 Flame Stinging Demon 500,000. Level 2 Flame Tearing Magic Light Armor Warrior 200,000. Non-professional Flame Tearing Demon 300,000. There are still more than 2 million insect nest larvae left, and Lu Yuan has not carried out any transformation. The terrifying Zerg already have a numerical advantage. Now, the only thing missing is high-end combat power. Level 4 or even level 5 existences did not appear. Under the constant mental pulse, Abathur seemed to be on the verge of transformation. However, if there is no external assistance, I am afraid that it will not be possible to break through in a short while. And he consumed a flame-stabbing demon that was a flame divine crystal, which gave him an unexpected gain. Because, not far from the intermediate mother nest, in a round vesicle that has expanded to more than 5 meters, a blazing flame is brewing. It seemed that he felt Lu Yuan's gaze. The vesicle burst open with a pop. Subsequently, a prompt message sounded across the entire God's domain interface. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer has advanced. Tip: you have gained a new race, Fire Tyrant. Ouch! A sharp and long roar was transmitted from Shangpao. Next moment, a large flame-thorn demon over 3 meters high rushed out of it. The scales all over its body turned dark red, and the flames were completely restrained. In a huge head, there was a faint glow of blazing fire. On the back, more thick dark red bone spurs grew out, looking particularly ferocious. The arms as huge as bone scythes are like 2 death scythes. Lu Yuan looked carefully and saw that the original flame-thorn demon had turned into a collection of lizard-like heads and snake-like bodies. Great Lord, thank you for your grace. You have given me my transformation. Please give me your name. The nearly 3-meter-tall flame tyrant knelt down and shouted piously. Lu Yuan looked at the creatures in front of him, and suddenly a name appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly, and the low and grand oracle resounded throughout the entire divine realm. From now on, I give you the name, Yagdra. Thanks to my lord, Yagdra will be loyal to you to the death. The flame tyrant who gained the name gave a more pious cry. This name made Lu Yuan unable to help but fall into the memories of the past. This is a powerful being from the Zerg tribe, a Zerg tribe who specializes in controlling fire. Like Abathur, Lu Yuan also wants to have high hopes for Yagdra. Name: Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category: Zerg. Stage: 5th level. Ability: Strengthen Tear. Flame Spine Spray main, Sacrificial Fire. Balrog Summoning main, Flame Breath main, Burning Embers main. Life 33 ranked at the forefront among the 5th level. Strength 30 standard configuration. Agility 29 on the passing line at the same level. Intelligence 35 powerful mental power has good achievements in spells. Evaluation under the double baptism of the abyss and flames, the ability has become more powerful. Because of this, the shackles of its original potential have been broken. Lu Yuanzi looked at it carefully. In addition to all the abilities of the original Flame Thorn Demon, Hydra has another powerful active ability. Balrog summoning, depending on the current strength level, summon different numbers and levels of Balrog creatures to fight for yourself. Current number that can be summoned, 10, level 3. Flame breathing, the blazing flames added with the power of sacrifice condense in the mouth, turning into a pillar of fire and shooting out, causing huge fire damage to the enemy. Burning Ember releases Burning Ember fire on a single target. Once cast, the target will be subject to burning attacks for a short period of time, and interfere with spiritual power, making it impossible to release any spells. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded. His own Flame Divine Crystal has indeed allowed Hydra to grow greatly. 3 abilities, 1 summoning, 1 killing, and 1 equivalent to silence. It is indeed a good hand to deal with the enemy's long-range mage troops. And, what Lu Yuan didn't expect was that the power of the Divine Crystal could actually raise the Flamethorn Demon to 2 levels in a row, reaching the 5th level. This time, he simply surpassed the mentally deformed Abathur. Hydra, from now on, you will be responsible for the attack of the entire Flamethorn Demon army. Lu Yuan told Yagzora his oracle. As a long-range attacker, he is naturally the best suited to control the Flamethorn Demon. Naturally, he did not forget Abathur, who was not far away. He really needs to grow in terms of the opponent's strength. For Abathur, this is his only chance to grow quickly. That is, a lottery. Looking at his own faith value of more than 20, he hesitated and said to the system. System, spend 5 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining faith value plus 99. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting brewed nutrient solution. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th order springtail gene sequence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hive Ability Evolution Laboratory. Lu Yuan never expected that. He originally wanted to draw a reward that would allow Abathur to advance, but instead he drew a 4th level springtail gene sequence. As long as it can be integrated into many springtails, they can advance again. By the time, both tearing springtails and poisonous banelings will be comprehensively improved. A 4th level heavy-armed warrior would have no problem facing the previous half-dragon heavy-armed knight. As for another thing that interests Lu Yuan, an active ability exclusive to the Zerg Mother Nest, the Evolution Laboratory. You must have an intermediate brood to be able to integrate this ability. Once merged, a part of the Zerg Mother Nest will differentiate and simulate a huge vesicle laboratory. The laboratory regularly allows larvae to enter and experiment with genetic evolution. To put it simply, there was no need for Lu Yuan to care at all, as the other party would delve into ways to enhance genetic power on his own. This is equivalent to a laboratory with high-tech talents. The name of the evolution laboratory also comes from this. System, give me the genetic sequence of the 4th order springtail fusion. Lu Yuan took the lead and began to fuse the genetic sequence of the springtail. Suddenly, a familiar scene took place again. The already powerful tearing springtail transformed again. The tearing springtail with the wings of the night devil actually split the pair of wings into 2 pairs. It seems that the speed bonus is even greater. The burning terror demon without the wings of the night demon became taller, and the upper body that had already started to lift became even taller. There is a sense of a shift towards a humanoid appearance. Tip, your believer race has mutated. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, all believers have witnessed the greatness of the miracles, and their faith has deepened. Tip, you have gained 3.09 million faith points. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw the prompt. The Zerg's faith value was accumulated by quantity. Even if each person can only contribute a little, the total is not a figure that ordinary people can reach. System, give me the Fusion Evolution Laboratory. Ding. Fusion begins. Luo Yuan did not pause at all and began to experiment on the fusion and evolution of the two intermediate broods. Silently, the idea of trembling in the sun conveyed the Chinese New Year. Luo Yuan's eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuation. Now, he was looking at the constantly twisting and changing Zerg nest below. Just a muffled sound was heard, and next to the Zerg mother nest, it seemed as if a sarcoma split directly from its body. There are countless tentacles on the sarcoma, which instantly take root in the land of fungi. Under the absorption of countless nutrients, it began to grow crazily. In the end, it turned into an extremely ugly small nest. And this is the evolutionary laboratory of the Zerg. 2 intermediate-level Zerg mother nests have 2 laboratories. At the same time, 2 larvae began to crawl towards it. Is this the beginning of an evolutionary experiment? Looking at the squirming evolution laboratory, Luo Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself. He also wanted to see how powerful this evolution laboratory was. A prompt message suddenly appeared on the God's domain interface. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, the aura of your believer race larva is weak. Tip, the larvae are dead. Failed. Luo Yuan shook his head. It seemed that this so-called evolutionary laboratory also had a certain probability. Just as he was about to leave the divine space, there was only a muffled sound, and a strange-looking larva crawled out from another laboratory. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a brand new Zerg, the Floating King Zerg. What? Floating King insect? Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that in just the second test, he could actually create a brand new Zerg unit. Name: Floating King Insect. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Mutate Abdominal Sac, Discharge Fungus Carpet Main. Life: 15. Total blood volume of 3 adults. Strength: 10. Compete with adult human warriors. Agility: 3. The speed in Level 2 is too slow. Intelligence: 10. Normal level. Evaluation: it takes a certain amount of time to grow. The juvenile king insect will turn into a huge floating king insect with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Its 2 huge appendages are like bridges connecting the earth. Mutated abdominal pouch: the mutated abdominal pouch will create a large space, which can be used as a house to live in. Discharge fungus carpet: once released, wherever the floating king insect passes, it will leave a large area of fungus secrets. Ba bang bang. Seeing the information about the floating king insect, Luo Yuan couldn't help but applaud. He never expected that the first successful evolution of the evolution laboratory would actually bring about the Air Force unit he had dreamed of. Although the opponent is not lethal in frontal attacks, its huge size and silent characteristics after adulthood will make it difficult for many soldiers to guard against it. Luo Yuan glanced slightly and found that the king insect at this moment, in addition to its carapace, had 2 huge appendages that were most conspicuous. Above the huge appendages that look like crabs, there is a mutated abdominal sac that inflates like a balloon, allowing the floating king insect to float there quietly. It can also adjust its height if you wish. Only, the current floating king insect is still in its infancy and needs to absorb a lot of nutrients to continue to grow. It is hard to imagine that the floating king, which is less than half a meter in size, could eventually grow into a huge hot air balloon. A single floating king insect doesn't mean much. Luo Yuan became thoughtful. Can the Zerg mother nest evolve specifically in the direction of the king insect? He suddenly passed on his oracle. In an instant, a response was received from the Zerg mother list. Great Master, this kind of evolution can be inclined, but it cannot be completely controlled. You can just lean towards it. Luo Yuan didn't expect too much. Evolve as many floating king insects as possible for me. Great Lord, your faithful servant, hereby read your oracle. Withdrawing his gaze, Luo Yuan just glanced at it and left the world of God's domain. Everything is ready now. All is ready except for the opportunity. Next, you need to use this high school exchange competition to test your results. In just 4 days, Luo Yuan attended classes during the day and entered his own divine space at night to view the evolutionary status of the entire Zerg race. At the same time, some ideas about combining factors to generate new units are also being tried. Almost most attempts are less than ideal. In this regard, Luo Yuan was not too nervous. Finally, early the next morning, Luo Yuan, who was still in class, was called away by the sudden arrival of the principal, Hong Qinghe. Lu Yuan knew that the exchange match he was waiting for was coming. Principal, where will our exchange competition be held this time? Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. In number 3 middle school, after all, it is still the number 1 high school. Hong Qinghe smiled slightly, but don't worry, you are not the only one participating in the high school exchange competition. Come on, let me take you to meet your senior first. Quote. Soon, under the leadership of Hong Qinghe. 0. The two came to an empty classroom. In the classroom, in addition to the teacher in charge of leading the team, Lu Yuan also saw 4 classmates. All men. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, these 4 people couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Then I heard the principal say, come on, I'll give you. Let me introduce, this is Lu Yuan, the last team member to participate in the high school exchange competition. Come to Lu Yuan and say hello to everyone. After hearing this, Lu Yuan stepped forward and bowed slightly to the 4 seniors. Hello teacher, hello seniors, my name is Lu Yuan, please take care of me. It was originally a friendly question, but it turned out. Except for the teacher, all 4 seniors waved their hands indifferently. He looked quite hostile to himself. What's going on? Lu Yuan subconsciously looked at the principal next to him and found that the smile on his face was still there, as if he had not seen this scene at all. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get to know each other first and select a captain today. Hong Qinghe explained, everyone is welcome to nominate themselves. After all, the position of captain is related to the command and deployment of the entire team competition and is very important. And this time, the school decided that students who serve as captains will receive 15% more team competition rewards than others. Quote. What? 15% more? The 4 seniors who heard this couldn't help but their expressions changed and they exclaimed. Even if Lu Yuan was nearby, his eyes narrowed and he was a little surprised. He had already inquired before he came. The entire exchange competition is divided into 2 parts, team competition and individual competition. Among them, the individual competition is the most important, followed by the team competition. Although the team competition is not as important as the individual competition. However, the rewards are not ambiguous at all. The total championship prize is as high as 500 million universal points, although it is owned by the team. But if he is the captain, he will have an income of up to 150 million. In this way, it would be more than 70 million more than others. This is no small sum. Hong Qinghe obviously deliberately gave the 5 people time to react. Moment, he just said with a smile. Okay, now, which student wants to be the captain? After the words fell, 3 of the seniors invariably cast their eyes on the gentle-looking young man with glasses next to him. We recommend Lin Yu to be the captain. That's right, with Lin Yu's strength, we have all seen that he is the most suitable captain. I second the motion. Oh, it looks like it's what everyone expected. Hong Qinghe smiled after hearing this. In this case, we will confirm that Lin Yu is. At this moment, beside, Lu Yuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly said. Principal, I object. Oh, I don't know why, but the principal didn't seem surprised after hearing Lu Yuan's objection. He looked at Lu Yuan with interest. Lu Yuan, what is the reason for your objection? The reason is simple, Lu Yuan said flatly, I want to be the captain. What, you think so? The 3 seniors who heard this stopped immediately. Why are you, Lu Yuan, don't think that you can dominate in your first year of high school and start to be self-righteous. Zhu Yunchong, who was slightly chubby, couldn't help it immediately. If it weren't for you, how could the factor be assigned to you? The short Wu Yuan also spoke. Actually, as early as they knew that Lu Yuan was going to participate in this high school exchange competition, everyone's hostility towards him was already very obvious. Birds of a feather flocked together. Throughout the entire senior year of high school, those who could dominate one middle school naturally gathered together. The 4 people in front of them had already agreed with Li Lu to participate in the high school exchange competition together. At that time, after receiving the reward, you can start preparing to light the sacred fire and prepare for the college entrance examination. Now, my friend has been squeezed out of his place by a freshman in high school. It would be strange not to be angry. While everyone was talking, Lin Yu, who had always been respected as a chef, suddenly pushed up his glasses. Calmly, you want to be the captain, you can, but you have to show your skills. Lin Yu seemed more direct. As long as you can defeat me in the battle of gods, we will naturally have nothing to say. Yeah, Lu Yuan was not too surprised by the reactions of several people. If it were me, I might also be dissatisfied with 660. But there is nothing fair in this world. Now that I am here, I cannot let go of any opportunity. The jungle is the law of the jungle. The same applies here. So, a faint smile appeared on his face. Spoke, don't bother. If I beat you, they will definitely have objections. I will challenge the four of you directly. You can discuss the deployment of troops now and start quickly. I don't want to waste too much time. These calm words immediately made everyone completely angry. What? 1 against 4. That's so arrogant. You are so young, but you don't know what the world is like. Aren't you afraid of stumbles in the future? No need at all, I can defeat you by myself. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and did not speak, but he could not hide the anger in his eyes. Because Lu Yuan's words were simply contempt for them. No one can endure it. At this time, Principal Hong Qinghe, who had been smiling at the angry few people, suddenly said, Okay, I know you are a little uncomfortable with Li Lu's quota being taken away, and this just happens to be an opportunity. You can take revenge together. Quote, when the principal said this, the four people's eyes suddenly lit up. Revenge, yes, fighting injustice for brothers. And if Lu Yuan was really beaten to a pulp, how could he have the nerve to continue to stay here? By the time, without them having to tell him, Lu Yuan might have applied to leave the team himself. Wu Yuan, Zhu Yunchong, and Li Shaoxun immediately nodded in unison. Okay, we agreed to his challenge. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan and others arrived at the examination center. I randomly found a vacant exam room. The principal said directly. Okay, you can each find your own room and log in. The mode is to simulate the invasion of God's domain. You can discuss the specific tactics yourself. Clear. The four people nodded repeatedly after hearing this, their eyes already eager to try. Enter the login cabin and connect to the server. Soon, the four people had entered the divine space and initiated a joint call application on the God's domain interface. Let me talk about the tactical deployment. Once inside, Lin Yu spoke first. Hey, Boss Lin, what else are you planning? Can't the four of us defeat him as a freshman? Wu Yuan couldn't help but speak. Yes, even if we pile up all the believers, it will be enough to completely destroy him. The tactics are very simple, just crush them. No. Just when the three of them were disapproving, Lin Yu suddenly shook his head and said, you can't be careless. You must know that the principal can actually choose him to participate in the high school exchange competition. He must have his own strength. Moreover, he just took the initiative to challenge the four of us. Make sure you have something to rely on. Quote, Lin Yu's words suddenly made the three of them sober up. As far as I know, this Zerg mutant believer used by Lu Yuan, and the characteristics of Zerg believers are large numbers, fast reproduction, and low individual strength. Lin Yu raised his hand and pulled it, and a data table appeared in front of him. I have found footage of Lu Yuan's competition before. In that test, he always won with an absolute numerical advantage. So, Zhu Yunchong, this time you choose your 20,000 Centaur shield soldiers to stand in the front row. Clear. On weekdays, Lin Yu is obviously quite prestigious among everyone. So, as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Yunchong nodded directly. Not the slightest objection. Wu Yuan, send out 10,000 of your troll spear throwers and another 10,000 Null warriors to support them on both wings. Okay, Shaoxun, how many human mages are there in your group? Lin Yu suddenly asked Li Shaoxun next to him. There are 700 second level mages and 100 third level mages. Li Shaoxun said directly. Okay, send them all up, prepare spell suppression in the middle and rear areas, and bring some of the priests who are responsible for dispersing, and use archers to make up the rest to 20,000. Okay. After the three of them listened, Li Shaoxun suddenly couldn't help but look at Lin Yudao. Boss Lin, how many troops do you plan to send? Lin Yu's eyes flashed after hearing this, and he suddenly said. I'll just use a team of elephant warriors in the front row, paired with 20,000 wolf cavalry. You can make up for the other units, so I won't add them. What, Boss Lin, you even used your trump card. Surprise appeared on the faces of the three people. He looked at Lin Yudao in disbelief. The 10 orphan giant elephant warriors up to level 5 are Lin Yu's strongest trump card. He spent a lot of money to discover this from a microplane in the outer realm. Haha, the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, and besides, we are in a virtual battle between gods, so we won't lose our followers. Lin Yu laughed. Haha, with the boss of the giant elephant warrior, this wave is stable. Crush, crush, I want to see that kid's face when he fails. After the discussion, the 4 people returned directly to their own divine space. The simulated divine war was launched from Lin Yu's divine space. Just like the previous battles on battle.net. Start laying out your own divine terrain 10 minutes in advance. In order to facilitate the charge of nearly 100,000 soldiers. Lin Yu directly chose a large plane. Soon, the terrain was set up and everyone entered the divine space. Tip: Virtual God War has been linked. Tip: Scene countdown ends. Prompt: The War of Gods begins. Tisk. Just hearing a soft sound, a huge space crack emerged at the edge of the 2 divine realms. On the other side of the rift, 100,000 troops were already on the battlefield, ready to go. In the middle, 20,000 level 2 centaur warriors armed with huge shields and spears, wearing iron helmets and armor, stood in the front row with fierce faces. In the rear, the same level 2 human archers split the 2 sides, and in the middle was a group of nearly 1,000 powerful mages of level 2 to 3. In the surroundings, 20,000 troll spear throwers of 80% to 20% to 20% to 3rd level were already preparing to launch their spears. With their outstanding natural strength, one throw with all their strength is enough to penetrate the defense of a level 2 warrior. The ferocious jackal let out a restless roar, and the long knife and battle axe in his hand were ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. At the very back, on top of 20,000 2-meter-long giant wolves, sat one after another figures of wolf-headed men holding broadswords. They only wore lightweight armor to reduce their mass. Unlike other demigods, Lin Yu specifically positioned the wolf cavalry as highly exciting and highly lethal. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. Except for the giant elephant warriors of Orphan, they are their own trump cards. Among the centaur shield soldiers in the front row, 10 giant orphan elephant warriors, nearly 4 meters tall and strong, had their eyes shining with calmness. They exuded a powerful aura that made even centaurs fear them. Looking at the 4-meter-long sword, one sweep could harvest a large area of life. In midair, 4 demigods had gathered together. Looking at such a powerful and luxurious true appearance in front of me, Point Zero. Wu Yuan couldn't help but admire. Boss Lin's giant elephant warrior is really too powerful. I guess this time, he will definitely be able to get into the top 5. Yes, it is very rare to be able to cultivate 5th-level soldiers in the 3rd year of high school, even in the entire Cayenne city. I wonder if the guys over there will be so scared that they wet their pants when they see our strong lineup, ha ha ha. Several people burst into laughter, while Lin Yu next to him narrowed his eyes and launched an oracle on his followers. All charges. Boom. In a matter of seconds, all the demigod legions had received instructions. The earth shook, and 100,000 troops marched toward Lu Yuan's divine space with arrogant fighting intent. According to their guess, the best way for Lu Yuan is to stay within his own divine space. Take advantage of your own terrain to fight guerrilla warfare. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to gradually wear away the powerful power of the 4 people. However, just as the 4-person army was just setting off, sudden, outside the space crack, there was a shaking sound. Buzz. The earth trembled, as if there was the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Immediately afterwards, the pupils of Lin Yu and the others suddenly shrank. Surprisingly, he saw a Zerg with 3 meters of special armor covered with sharp thorns all over his body, rushing toward the crack. This aura, 4th level, actually 4th level. Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the race of Lu Yuan believers. What, level 4, he is only in the 1st year of high school, but he has actually trained a level 4 soldier. It's impossible, even if there won't be too many. Before the 3 people's words could dissipate, I saw that the Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms, which were as high as level 4, had turned into a torrent and rushed through the crack. Come, 200,000, a full 200,000 advanced Hydra heavily equipped with tearing springtails, rushing through the cracks at the lead. Above them, Lu Yuan's figure also appeared. Is this the strength you need? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the opponent only had an army of 100,000. What's more, I didn't expect that some of them are actually 2 types of arms. The level 3 troops are actually less than 30%. For a time, he was actually a little disappointed. It feels like these people are not high school seniors at all, not even high school freshmen. Actually, how did he know that among all the senior high school students, those who could cultivate large-scale Tier 2 troops were considered pretty good? Having 3 levels of troops is considered to be at the forefront. A Tier 3 unit that can scale up is already among the best. And someone like Lin Yu, who has several 5th-level troops, can simply dominate the senior high school students. There are few people who can have as powerful troops as Blade. Seeing these lineups, Lu Yuan, he shook his head slightly. Okay, Yagdra, there is no need for long-range troops. He looked at the army waiting in the distance and waved casually. Charge and fight quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 200,000 heavily armed Hydra tearing springtails let out a ferocious roar, turning into a torrent and drowning the opponent's army. How is this possible? 200,000, level 4. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack all. The 4 university principals were completely confused. Even the strongest Lin Yu couldn't hide his surprise. Horrible. Originally, he thought that the elite corps he had mobilized from each demigod's elite could crush the opponent's Zerg army. However, when he saw the opponent's strength, the lineup he was proud of actually looked so shabby. An army of 100,000, mostly level 2, faced 200,000 level 4 job transferees. There is no suspense at all. Massacre, complete massacre. Even the orphan giant elephant warriors were completely surrounded by countless Hydra tearing springtails before they could wave the swords in their hands. A charge is launched, followed by an iron hoof attack that briefly stuns the opponent. Then the armor stabbed suddenly, instantly piercing the defense of the giant elephant warrior without heavy armor. Next, with his sickle-sharp forelimbs, he instantly dismembered the opponent. In less than 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was completely slaughtered by the 200,000 Zerg army. For a moment, the 4 seniors were completely silent. Chapter 71. Hint: your believers won this war with an overwhelming victory. Tip: the virtual god war has ended. Tip: you have gained 160,000 faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 160,000 faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Lu Yuan listened to the system prompts and automatically ignored the rewards. Because there isn't much of value. Compared to before, these rewards are of little use to him. But better than nothing. The principal and leading teacher standing outside the examination room suddenly saw the door of the room open. The 4 seniors headed by Lin Yu walked out of it one by one with sad faces. Seeing this scene, Hong Qinghei's cheek muscles trembled twice, and finally he couldn't help laughing. Haha, how's it going? How does it feel to be completely tortured by that kid? Hong Qinghei's voice made the 4 of them blush immediately. They were extremely embarrassed. Actually, long before Hong Qinghei arrived, he had already asked about Lu Yuan's situation. At that time, Lu Yuan only said one thing: if nothing else happens, the championship should be his. Hong Qinghei didn't know much about Lu Yuan, but he knew that he was not someone who liked to exaggerate. So, only then did he have such confidence in Lu Yuan's strength. Really, he also connected to the divine space just now and watched the battle between the 5 people. When he saw the 200,000 level 4 Zerg army appearing, he almost screamed in surprise. It seems that I still underestimated Lu Yuan's potential. Hong Qinghei whispered to himself. Just at this time, Lu Yuan walked out of the room on the other side. I saw him walking straight up to the 4 of them. Smile slightly. Thank you to the 4 seniors for your humility. Lu Yuan did not ridicule the other party arrogantly from the beginning. On the contrary, not only did he not ridicule, but he was very considerate and told the other party to be humble. This time, the 4 people's impression of him changed even more. No, junior brother Lu is too humble. With your strength, even if we recruit all the troops, it will be useless. Lin Yu spoke with an embarrassed look. Senior Lin is so polite. Your orphan elephant warriors are indeed very strong, but I just have the numerical advantage. Lu Yuan smiled modestly. I'm just telling the truth. In the face of absolute numbers, anything else is false. After this challenge, no one had any objection to Lu Yuan's position as captain. With such a strong captain, they have a greater chance of winning the team competition. Okay, since there are no objections, let's set off. Principal Hong Qinghe led everyone to the parking lot. The competition venue this time is number 3 Middle School. Sitting in the car, Lu Yuan gradually became familiar with the 4 people. A strong person is respected wherever he goes. Especially Lu Yuan's strength has surpassed them by a lot. He will definitely grow into a powerful god in the future. If you can establish a good relationship with the gods in advance, you will naturally be happy to see the results. I heard that this time there are very powerful demigods participating in events 3, 6, and 9. Wu Yuan couldn't help but speak. The top seed among the 6 has not even been ignited yet, but it has already been competed by several universities in the Emerald Alliance. Oh, I heard that number 3 Middle School is not bad, right? There are also people who may be admitted in advance without taking the college entrance examination. So scary. Alas, while we were still worrying about lighting the sacred fire, others were already thinking about which university to go to. Is this the gap? Hey, what's the difference? Lu Yuan's talent is no worse than theirs. He's only a freshman in high school now. When he gets to senior high school in the future, he may be admitted in advance. Li Shaoshan's words stunned the other 3 people. Then he couldn't help but nodded. Yes, it seems that there is indeed a monster beside me. It's only been more than 2 months since the first year of high school, and this guy can actually have tier 4 troops. Do you dare to believe it? Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't want to listen to their flattery. So he changed the topic. By the way, do you know how strong the other middle schools are? Well, we really don't know much about this. Wu Yuan said. Every year, those who participate in the exchange competition are students who are about to light the fire. Once they finish the competition, they will most likely light the fire and then directly take the college entrance examination and enter university. So the students are different every year. Quote, however, I heard that the top seed in 3 this time is a guy named Su Yu. It is said that he seems to own a red dragon. What? Red dragon? When Li Shaoshan heard this, he opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god, red dragon, what kind of bad luck did he have? To be able to have a red dragon follower. What kind of bullshit luck? It is said that his father spent a lot of money to get it back from the outer plane. Although he is still in his infancy, he is at least a 6th level existence. Wu Yuan couldn't help but retort. Bah, you can't rely on him. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. His background was also part of his strength. It seems that everyone is very attentive to this high school exchange competition. Moreover, Cayenne City is indeed a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. Even the red dragon has come out, and maybe other stronger races will appear. It's all for that faith gem. Lu Yuan thought in his mind that such rewards were given to stimulate the fighting spirit of all participating students. However, he is also very interested in this faith gem. Soon, the vehicles from No. 1 Middle School have appeared at the gate of No. 3 Middle School. At the school gate, faculty and staff from many schools are welcoming the participating teams. Seeing Hong Qinghe coming down, Chen Junyu, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, immediately walked up with a smile on his face. Haha, hello Teacher Hong, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hey, Principal Chen doesn't have to be like this. You are the principal of No. 3 Middle School, not the student I once taught. Hong Qinghe waved his hands quickly. Hey, once you are a teacher, you will always be a teacher, you still have to have the proper etiquette. Chen Junyu shook his head and smiled. Let's go, the teams from other schools have already arrived, we're just missing you. As he spoke, Chen Junyu pulled Hong Qinghe inside. However, his eyes inadvertently fell on Lu Yuan behind him. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. This must be classmate Lu Yuan, the genius of number 1 Middle School. I've heard of his name for a long time. Ha ha. Ha ha, Lu Yuan is indeed the genius of our number One middle school, and he is well deserved. When Hong Qinghe heard the compliment, he immediately laughed. Lu Yuan, this is Principal Chen Junyu. I've met Principal Chen. Lu Yuan bowed slightly, but the figure of the childlike girl Chen Lingshan suddenly appeared in his mind. Not bad, good performance, I'm very optimistic about you. Under the leadership of Chen Junyu, everyone came to a spacious and luxurious hall. In the hall, teams from more than a dozen high schools across Cayenne City have all arrived. Hong Qinghe has been in Cayenne City for many years. As soon as he came in, he saw many principals and teachers greeting him. Lao Hong, I heard that you are well prepared this time. How many people are you planning to attack? Hong Qinghe couldn't help but joke after hearing this. Of course it's the first place. If you don't take the first place, why are you here? Ha ha ha. His words caused a lot of laughter in the hall. Many teachers and principals could not help but express their blessings. But at this moment, a voice that was neither salty nor bland came from the direction of 6th Middle School. Hong Qinghe, you are very ambitious. An old voice sounded, we are all in the 3rd, 6th, and 9th Middle Schools. When will it be your turn to be the 1st Middle School? Everyone who heard this was stunned and subconsciously looked towards the speaker. Only saw, an old man with gray hair and casual clothes was sitting motionless on the sofa. He looked at Hong Qinghe with a sarcastic expression on his face. Lao Lu, don't talk too much, didn't you have a genius in your 6th Middle School? Hong Qinghe knew who was speaking without looking. It's not certain who will make it to the end. Ha ha ha, old man Hong, I will tell you this time. The principal of No. 6th Middle School couldn't help laughing, raised his hand and pointed at a tall figure behind him with long ice blue hair and a beautiful face and said, "First place in the individual competition, I'm going to be in the top 6. Seeing the suddenly tense atmosphere in the entire hall, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask Lin Yu next to him. Senior Lin Yu, it seems that the principal and this old man have some issues. Lin Yu nodded and said, yes, as far as I know, Principal Hong and Principal Lu Chengfeng were in the same class when they were in school, but Principal Hong's grades and strength have always been higher than his. Even now, therefore, Principal Lu has always been at odds with Principal Hong. Quote. Bagua Wu couldn't help but whispered, that's right, that's right. Since Lu became the principal, he has worked hard to train many students. In every exchange competition, he targets us in No. 1 Middle School. It's because he can't do it. Does he want his students to regain their place? Lu Yuan looked at the tall blue-haired beauty standing behind him. Do you know that person? We know her. She is the monster we call 6th Middle School, Lu Ruyan, the granddaughter of Principal Lu. This time, it is said that the university enrolling students in advance is here just for her. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded suddenly. No wonder Principal Lu is so confident. The other principals were already a little surprised when they saw the quarrel between Hong and Lu. In the end, Chen Junyu, who was still in the 3rd category, spoke a few words of persuasion before calming down. Okay, now that everyone is here, our exchange game has officially begun. Chen Junyu smiled. The rules are the same as in previous years, there are still 2 parts, team competition and individual competition. However, in addition to calculating the team's total score ranking, the top 32 students with individual scores will directly enter the individual competition. Everyone knows this, right? Everyone nodded. These are old rules, and there aren't many objections. The reward is in the end. Chen Junyu continued, although there have been rumors on the internet before, we still need to confirm it. Because this time the leaders of University 187 came to watch the game. In order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm, the rewards for the team competition have been doubled. The champion group's 500 million universal points become 1 billion, and so on for the rest. Quote. What? A billion? Suddenly, countless shocked gasps sounded from the entire hall. Many students' eyes turned red. Not only that, the reward for the individual competition champion has also been adjusted. In addition to 1 faith gem, an additional one will be added. For hatching black dragon eggs. Hiss. The entire hall was completely filled with the sound of gasping air. That's a black dragon egg. It can give birth to extremely powerful black dragon believers, even in their infancy, they are comparable to level 6 beings, and have great potential to grow into demigod-level beings. Its value is no less than the Gem of Faith, and even more precious. It seems that Cayenne City is also bleeding a lot this time in order to impress the higher-ups of the university. Lin Yu's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but say, "What's the meaning?" Lu Yuan asked. "They want to use higher rewards to stimulate our fighting enthusiasm. Maybe when the other party recruits students in advance, besides Lu Ruyan, they will also like other students. The more students enroll in advance, it will be of great help to the development of all high schools in Cayenne City." Quote. Lu Yuan nodded secretly after hearing this. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. If he seizes this opportunity, maybe he can be admitted in advance. By then, the resources allocated by the university will definitely be more than that. After the crowd cheered, Chen Junyu announced that his respective teams were ready to enter their own battle rooms. The first round, the team competition, is about to begin. At the same time, in the sports center of the entire number 3 middle school, many students from various high schools gathered together. In the center, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, everyone is paying attention to the various players on the big screen. I want to see which high school student is stronger in the team competition. This time, I think the overall strength of the third team is strong enough, and they should win the first place in the team competition. Impossible. 6th middle school has my ice and snow goddess, senior sister Lu Ruyan. With her on the team, she can definitely win the championship strongly. Quote. HMPH, our 9th middle school is not bad either. The team competition tests everyone's total score, not just one person. While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan had already entered the login cabin. He already understands the format of the team competition. To be precise, it is a survival game. To put it simply, the so-called survival game of team battle actually depends on the individual's strength level. All students participating in the competition will be individually transported to a virtual time and space channel. The width of the passage is only 2,000 meters, and there are many checkpoints inside. Participating students stand in the space-time channel and can link to their own divine space at any time. Summon your own units from it to fight. Each level passed earns 1 point. After passing the level, students have a short period of time to revise and then must go to the next level. If you stay for a long time, a death barrier will appear behind you. The barrier will gradually shrink, and once it covers your own unit, it will be instantly killed. According to Lu Yuan, it feels like a poisonous circle. Shrinking over time, it forces students to continuously rush towards the next level, until all available believers have died, or are completely overtaken by the poisonous circle. Then they will be eliminated directly. The points owned by the students themselves will be determined. At that time, the sum of the clearance points of the 5 members of the entire team can be calculated as the final points of the entire team competition. On the big screen, scenes of clearance from different colleges will be played randomly. There will also be a personal scoreboard refreshed at any time. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: the exchange team competition survival game is about to begin. Tip: scene transmission is enabled. Lu Yuan felt like his eyes were blurred, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at a 2-kilometer-wide space-time passage. There are no buildings, mountains, or flowing water in the entire space-time passage. It seems like a passage with no end in sight. Behind it, it was pitch black, with no end in sight. Tip: the timer starts and the death barrier will start in 5 minutes. Tip: participants are asked to go to the first level as soon as possible. Lu Yuan did not hesitate after hearing the prompt, and flew towards the depths of the space-time channel with a thought. In less than a minute, he saw it from a distance. In the space-time channel, a large number of dense skeleton soldiers appeared. Skeleton soldiers, undead creatures. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. These skeleton soldiers were just a first-order race. Each of them held old weapons, and a ball of green soul fire danced in their eyes. After a rough scan, there are only about 1,000 or so. Hiss. Lu Yuan's figure was just a few hundred meters away from the skeleton soldiers. He saw those skeleton soldiers roaring, raising the long sword in their hands, and Kun rushed towards him leisurely. According to the rules, skeleton soldiers naturally cannot attack demigod students. Once they rush through the passage, even if one of them is missed, it will be regarded as a direct failure. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan thought, and a summoning door appeared below. Just then, 1,000 ordinary level 2 Hydra tearing springtails rushed out of them. This is just a game, there is no need for Lu Yuan to give everything he has right away. Ouch! 1,000 level 2 tearing springtails versus 1,000 level 1 skeleton soldiers, you don't need to think at all to know what the result will be. The lineup of tearing springtails charged at once, completely smashing all the skeleton soldiers to pieces. At this time, a prompt message from the God's Domain interface appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Hint: you have killed all the creatures in the first level. Tip: if you pass the first level, your points will be +1. After passing the first level, Lu Yuan raised his hand and walked towards the next level. At the same time, the standings on the big screen outside instantly started to refresh. Lu Yuan, this girl is still very fast. www. Many principals, staff and teachers sitting in the front row of the auditorium couldn't help but smile. That's right, although they both only have 1 point, it's still about who can pass faster. Lu Yuan and Su Yu are considered the top seeds, and they have gained a point so quickly. After hearing this, Principal Lu's face was filled with pride. Don't worry, we don't know who will have the last laugh. 100 levels have just begun. Principal Hong couldn't help but speak. Mr. Hong, please stop giving me such weird looks. When Principal Lu heard this, he opened his eyes and shouted. Even if my granddaughter can't get first place, your Lu Yuan can't get it either. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said, don't think that you can't see his strength with just 1 point. Did you see that there were a total of 60 students, and he only ranked 23 road? If it can even defeat skeleton soldiers so slowly, what potential does it have? Sneeze. In the time and space channel, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneeze. It's strange, there is no wind here, how can you sneeze? Shaking his head, he looked at a translucent light curtain behind him slowly approaching towards him. Then he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He had just done it on a whim. He had never seen this death barrier before, so he deliberately stood there and waited for a while. Let's go, it's time for the next level. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and 1,000 Hydra tearing springtails below roared towards the front. In the second level, there are still skeleton soldiers. However, the number has changed from 1,000 to 5,000. 1,000 versus 5,000. Without Lu Yuan's explanation, 1,000 tearing springtails rushed over and quickly tore apart all the skeleton soldiers in this level. Points increased again. Next, in the third level, Lu Yuan discovered that there were still skeleton soldiers, but the number had become 10,000. He also solved the battle with 1,000 Ren Zerglings. By the fourth level, the skeleton soldiers disappeared and turned into level 2 zombies. The physical strength and power of zombies are much greater than that of skeletons. Except for the stiffness of the body, everything else is much better. It seems that the arms are changed every 3 levels, and the maximum number of arms is only 10,000, right? Wait until his tearing springtails have eliminated these level 2 zombies. Lu Yuan seems to have a certain understanding of the entire level setting. If the maximum is only 10,000, then there is no need to bother arranging any tactics. Lu Yuan knew that the big screen outside would switch to his own screen from time to time. In order to prevent those principals from seeing their trump cards prematurely and becoming wary. So, if these levels can be solved, Lu Yuan does not intend to reveal too many real trump cards. In order not to expose his trump card, Lu Yuan thought for a while and directly opened the door of summoning. Just take 50,000 level 4 heavy Hydra tearing springtails, plus 50,000 level 4 poisonous banelings, plus 50,000 flame stingers, we should be able to charge for a while. It's quite troublesome to always open the door of summons. Quote. While muttering softly to himself, a mighty 150,000 strong army began to surge out of the summoning door. Lu Yuan feels that such a lineup should not reveal his trump card. Just as the 150,000 strong army began to surge forward along the passage of time and space. Most of the big screen in the entire sports center was completely occupied by the figures of the 2 students. Oh my god, classmate Lu Yuan's heavy armed fighting bear is really too strong. Even the third level fanatical ghoul can't stop it. On the stand, a classmate who was responsible for the explanation said excitedly. Su Yu is not bad either. Although his heavily armored tiger cavalry is a little slower, it is still devastating. It is now ranked second in the standings with 15 points. Quote. The other female commentary partner next to her was not to be outdone. In my opinion, the final points ranking should be between these two people. I very much agree with this, but now I am very curious, how many connections can the two of them have? According to the records of previous exchange competitions, the highest level has reached level 56, which is a terrifying existence of up to 10,000 5th level Death Knights. Thinking about it makes people's scalp numb. What, level 56 is so terrifying? Are there going to be 9th level or even 10th level undead in the 100th level? Of course not. This is a high school exchange competition, not a gods exchange competition. One commentator couldn't help but laugh. As far as I know, when the 50-50 level begins, the number will further increase, and the upper limit will be raised to as many as 100,000. When the time comes, facing an army of 100,000 necromancers, no one will be able to resist it, right? As the two commentators explained, everyone had a clearer understanding of the rules of the entire survival game. Now we have to see who can go further. Haha, she's 30. My granddaughter is already 30. Principal Lu couldn't help but smile proudly when he saw that the points behind Lu Ruyan's name changed from 29 to 30. Su Yu below has only 28 points. Old man Hong, you should look at your side. So far, you are still outside the top 10. I really don't understand if your brain is broken. You actually let a freshman in high school be the captain. Snort. Hong Qinghe snorted coldly and said nothing. In fact, he was also a little confused at the moment. Although only a few minutes have passed in the outside world, it is under the influence of different time flow rates. According to his estimate of Lu Yuan, he should break through at least 20 levels. But the opponent is still lingering at the 3rd level. If this continues, there will be no further improvement. It may be eliminated by the death barrier. As for the other team members, except Lin Yu, he persisted at level 23. The rest have long been fixed at around level 15. The difference in total score is 73 points, ranking last among all schools. However, just when Hong Qinghe was confused, Lu Yuan's score suddenly jumped. It jumped from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Before Hong Qinghe could speak, Principal Lu, who had been staring at the rankings, couldn't help but laugh. It moved, it finally moved. Haha, old man Hong, I think you, the top seed, might have to face a stalemate in the 4th level for a long time. Hong Qinghe was about to refute, but as he spoke, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan's score jump suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he started going crazy like he was riding a rocket. 5, 6, 7, 10.20. It didn't even take a minute, but it had already reached as many as 20 levels. Such a change instantly attracted everyone's attention. Principal Lu, who had just made a mockery, changed his expression even more. Wow, move. Lu Yuan, the top seed from No. 1 middle school, has naturally achieved so much in such a short period of time. The commentator was excited by this unexpected turn of events. It's tied, my god, it actually tied Su Yu's 23rd level. The female commentator felt that the tone of her voice had changed. This sudden change has never been seen in the entire history of high school exchange competitions. More than 25, no, 26, first, now Lu Yuan. My classmate actually came first. Quote, as the commentator screamed, the big screen in the entire sports center instantly switched to Lu Yuan's perspective. This moment, good Zhao, no matter the principal, teachers, or all the students, they were all staring at the screen for a moment. They wanted to see how Lu Yuan could achieve such a high score in such a short period of time. However, the moment the scene cuts to the past, the moment everyone saw the picture, they were completely shocked and their mouths opened wide. Because they saw in the picture that the 150,000 Zerg army was like a rushing torrent that completely blocked the entire space-time channel. All the armies were moving across the space-time passage like a bulldozer. Wherever it passes, no matter the ghouls, zombies, abominations, or even death knights, they are of no use at all. What kind of believer is this? 4th level, they are all 4th level, how is that possible? My god, not only are they at level 4, but they are all professionals. What are those burning flames? Balrogs, how can they be so terrifying? All the principals, including Principal Lu, were completely shocked by Lu Yuan's Zerg army. Principal Lu, who was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly changed his expression. I wonder if his granddaughter would be able to withstand such a terrifying army of 150,000 men. Ha ha ha, old man Lu, didn't you say that the seeds from our number 1 middle school are no longer good? Hong Qinghe laughed, feeling extremely happy inside. In my opinion, your granddaughter is just so-so. Amid everyone's discussion, Lu Yuan, who was standing in the space-time channel at this moment, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I remember that the historical record seems to be 56 levels. In this case, if it reaches 90 levels, the team's first place should be stable, right? For Lu Yuan, this championship is a must-win in the team competition. 1 billion universal points, he got 300 million. For him, a large general-purpose shop owner, it is also a huge amount of income. So, Lu Yuan looked at the seemingly endless space-time passage in front of him, his thoughts moving slightly. Ouch! The 150,000 Zerg army roared up to the sky and rushed towards the space-time channel again. Hiss, the great god of the undead, give us the power to tear these hateful creatures in front of us into pieces. Level 49. 5,000 4th level necromancers raised their staffs high. I saw countless power fluctuations pulsed from their staffs. Next moment, click, the ground in the space-time channel suddenly cracked. Countless skeletons, zombies, and even huge abominations crawled out of the ground. 5,000 mages, the army of undead summoned is more than 50,000. Just relying on the advantage of numbers, it can crush all the beings that attack this level. Ouch! The terrifying undead army began to gather, completely blocking the entire space-time channel in the blink of an eye. However, just as their figures condensed, they suddenly froze. Because, in front of them, a dark red torrent rushed towards them without any pause. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Sudden, the sharp voice from Abathur suddenly sounded from the rear of the Hydra heavy armor tearing apart the springtail. Iron hoof attack. Boom. With a loud noise, the heavy-armed tearing worms in the front row instantly smashed the fragile skeleton soldiers in front of them into pieces, and rushed in for several meters. It didn't stop until it staggered over 3 meters of hatred. At this time, the dizzy effect of the railway's rushing ants appeared. Armored stab. Puff. Countless sharp thorns pierced out from their armor and instantly penetrated into the fat body of hatred. Spine of fire. Swish, swish, swish. Spine filled with burning flames fell from midair, turning the undead into a sea of fire. If this series of attacks continues, most of the entire undead have been destroyed. Before the necromancer chanted 007 again and sang his commander's magic, I saw the terrifying army rushing over with heavy steps. Wherever you go, all the undead turned into ashes. Oh, Lu Yuan is awesome, number 1 middle school is awesome. In the stands, Zhen Jian, who saw this scene, roared without any image. Suddenly, hundreds of students from No. 1 middle school nearby began to shout for Lu Yuan. Here, this little guy is Zhuangzi Xing. One of the staff teachers in number 3 couldn't help but exclaimed in wonder. As soon as he opened his mouth, it immediately aroused discussion around him. Yeah, I didn't expect that. No. 1 middle school has been dormant for many years, and now it finally breaks out. There are too many believers, right? They are indeed a Zerg race that is good at breeding. We in Cayenne City have never seen the Zerg mutated to such an extent. Awesome, awesome. If it's an individual battle, I'm afraid only the seeded players in 369 can suppress it. The average high school student's combat power before igniting the divine fire is only around 100,000. I feel that Lu Yuan's military strength is not weak at all in terms of rank, and even has an absolute advantage in numbers. Even if you win the individual championship, there is still a chance. Quote. Nonsense. The glaring Principal Lu couldn't help shouting. Can level 4 power make you invincible? HMPH, there are 10,000 level 5 Death Knights in the next level. I want to see how he can defeat it. Just as he was talking, the picture on the screen showed that Lu Yuan had reached the previous record. Level 56. Boom, boom, boom. Wearing heavy armor, the tall Death Knight was riding an undead warhorse, charging towards Lu Yuan's Zerg army in unison. It looks like an iron wall. However, Lu Yuan just glanced at it and raised his hand. Suddenly, the 50,000 Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms in the front began to retreat toward the rear, and behind them. Green poisonous baneling insects that were like spheres turned around. Charge, for the great god of natural disasters. Abathur roared. Immediately, 10,000 poisonous baneling insects started attacking and rushed towards the Death Knights. The purpose of the Death Knight is to kill the DAB students, so naturally they will not know how to back down. At the moment when the poisonous baneling insects collided, a series of loud noises suddenly sounded throughout the space-time channel. Countless corrosive venom erupted on the bodies of the Death Knight and the commander's horse. How powerful is the simultaneous explosion of 10,000 level 4 poisonous banelings? And it's still in a closed space only 2 kilometers wide. This is equivalent to the fact that the power of the poisonous baneling explosion originally aimed at one target becomes more terrifying when superimposed on each other. I saw. The Death Knight in the front row was silently melted by the corrosive acid. Before he could take action, he had already completely fallen. Lu Yuan's army rushed over the 5th level Death Knight in a mighty manner. It couldn't be simpler. Self-destruction attack. All the viewers have been shocked by Lu Yuan's novel attack method. This terrifying power cannot be resisted even by the Death Knight. You can imagine how powerful this wave of self-destruction would be if you encountered a real battle between gods. HMPH, I don't believe how many of them he can have if he's going to die together. Principal Lu couldn't help but want to refute. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Yuan raise his hand and wave. A summoning gate emerged from beneath his feet. Next moment, the 10,000 poisonous banelings that had just exploded were actually replenished again. As Principal Lu sat there, he seemed to hear a snapping sound next to his ears. Half of his cheeks turned red, as if he had been slapped hard. Next, everyone only saw that the group explosion began to become the history of the battle. As soon as he reached the first level, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and 10,000 poisonous banelings rushed forward and exploded. Blast the enemy to pieces, and then let Hydra's heavily armed tearing Zergling warriors rush in to finish. Coupled with the Flamethorn demon army at the rear, it was simply devastating. All the way to the 90th level, there was an army of 100,000 level 4 violent ghouls. Under the explosion of Lu Yuan's 50,000 poisonous banelings, most of them were wiped out. Finally, after losing less than 20,000 flame-stabbing demons, he successfully passed. 90 levels, this is 2. The commentator in charge of the explanation no longer knew what to say. In the entire history of the exchange competition, no one has been able to pass level 90. Now, Lu Yuan has not only set a new record, but also made history. And it seems that Lu Yuan's Zerg army still has some strength left. Dear viewers, it seems that Lu Yuan still has a chance to hit the 91st level. The commentator shouted with great excitement. Let's see, can this classmate Lu Yuan, who has created the entire history of the Cayenne City Exchange competition, pass the 91 bonus? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the picture on the big screen suddenly change. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Tip, you have been surpassed by the death barrier. Tip, all your believer races have died. Tip, the game is over. 90 marks. Everyone looked at the eye-catching number on the big screen and couldn't help but feel shocked. Below, both Lu Ruyan and Su Yu happened to freeze at this moment. Their scores, one of 56, tied the previous record. The other Su Yu is at level 55, which is slightly inferior. Such an achievement, if not for Lu Yuan, would definitely have received countless applause. However, when they came out of the landing bay, but I saw that all the spectators in the entire sports center were looking towards the other login cabin. Lu Ruyan, who had long ice blue hair and an extremely voluptuous figure, looked up subconsciously when she saw this. Her frosty expression showed fluctuations for the first time. With a score of 90, someone can actually pass the 90th level. Before she could speak, she heard Su Bao's incredible exclamation not far away. Impossible, level 90. Is there something wrong with the server? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the leading teacher couldn't help but glare at him. Come here quickly, don't be embarrassed there. At this time, another login cabin opened, and a childlike beauty walked out of it. After Chen Lingshan struggled through the 40th level, she finally fell at the 41st level. When she saw Lu Yuan's score of 90 points on the big screen, a flash of deep frustration flashed in her eyes. You actually have twice as many people as me. Are you a monster? Chen Lingshan bit her little tiger teeth, and her chest couldn't help but rise and fall. But when he turned around, he saw the surprised look of Lu Ruyan next to him. Chen Lingshan felt relieved for no reason. Growing up, her father always compared himself with Lu Ruyan in front of her. This one is stronger, that one is stronger. In addition, the two of them were relatively familiar, so the most annoying figure in Chen Lingshan's mind was not Lu Yuan, but Lu Ruyan. Well now, the strongest Lu Ruyan was actually surpassed. This made Chen Lingshan's dislike of Lu Yuan lessen. Sister Ruyan. Chen Lingshan, who was feeling relieved, actually shouted to Lu Ruyan who was not far away. Lu Ruyan looked at her subconsciously. Lu Yuan, who took your first place, is my good friend. Chen Lingshan said in a strange way, how about it? My good friend is great, right? Well, very. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed, and she nodded casually. What, you don't believe it? Chen Lingshan suddenly saw Lu Yuan coming out of the login cabin. He immediately rushed to Lu Yuan at a trot. Under Lu Yuan's confused gaze, he hugged him. Well done, you didn't embarrass me. Lu Ruyan. Chen Junyu. Audience, not just everyone is deceived. Even Lu Yuan looked at Chen Lingshan who was holding him in front of him in confusion. I don't understand why this little girl who hated me so much before suddenly did this. It wasn't until she felt Lu Yuan's strange gaze that Chen Lingshan reacted. Did you get a little drunk just now? As a result, her cheeks turned red when she saw the eyes around her. Oh, what did I do? She whispered, turned around and ran towards the outside of the sports center. Looking at Chen Lingshan, Lu Yuan was stunned for a long time by the escaping figure. Just now he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Sure enough, if it's too big, your brain won't work very well. Just when he was slightly absent-minded, Lu Ruyan next to him suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan, I don't know how you passed the 90th level. I look forward to playing against you. After saying that, she turned around and left. The entire team competition ended like this. No one expected that Lu Ruyan or Su Yu, who were originally optimistic, did not win the championship. But it was taken away by a little-known Lu Yuan from No. 1 middle school. In the end, Lu Yuan relied on his absolute advantage to lead Lin Yu and the others to win first place in the team competition. The other 4 people were overjoyed. Looking at Lu Yuan, he was filled with gratitude. If he hadn't turned the tide, I'm afraid the number 1 middle school would have only been able to get around a 5th or 6th grader at most. After all, among these 5 people, except for Lu Yuan, only Lin Yu is considered stronger. The morning competition ends here, and starting from the afternoon, there will be individual competitions. For this is the highlight of the entire exchange competition. After all, divine warfare is the mainstream of the divine space. And, what's more important is that in the afternoon, several big figures from universities in the capital are coming. A total of 3 of the 5 students from the number 1 middle school entered the top 32. The playing order and opponents are determined by drawing lots. In a blink of an eye, afternoon comes. When Lu Yuan and others returned to the sports center again, they saw 3 more calm old men on the viewing platform. The short-haired old man in the middle is named Ning Qiguang, and he is the vice president of Jutian University. The leading teacher explained softly in Lu Yuan's ear. The fat old man on the left is called Qin Rumi, and he is the vice president of Julong University. The one on the right is Wang Jinyang, the vice president of Blue Prison University. 9 Heavens, Giant Dragon, Blue Prison. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. These 3 universities were the 3 highest ones in the entire Emerald Alliance. There are countless gods cultivated every year. The weight of the 3 vice-chancellors is even greater. Just as Lu Yuan looked at the 3 people, sudden, Ning Qiguang, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly spoke. Are you Lu Yuan? The 3 vice principals are usually high-ranking figures. To be able to serve as the vice president of a university is not only about your vision, but also your own strength. Even just sitting there, the other party could feel a vague and coercive aura being released towards the surroundings. This is still inadvertent. To know, under the suppression of such terrifying rules in the main world, if you want to be able to use divine power, you must be a god with at least medium divine power. And the aura that can spread at will makes people almost suffocated. High divine power is not enough to describe it. These three are most likely terrifying beings who deceive great divine power. Just when everyone was in awe of these three bosses, one of the big guys suddenly took the initiative to talk to Lu Yuan. This situation surprised Lu Yuan. He nodded subconsciously and said calmly, I am, even in the face of powerful gods, the vice principal from the capital. There was no flattery on Lu Yuan's face, let alone any fear. Because he knows that his strength will one day surpass them without even taking too long. This is a kind of confidence that comes from the heart. And not conceited. Same. Ning Qiguang also saw this light in Lu Yuan's eyes. So, he took a deep look at Lu Yuan and suddenly laughed. Haha, yes, no wonder Ning Yun praises you so much, you are a good young talent. Teacher Ning Yun. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately looked at the other party with some doubts. Are you from Teacher Ning Yun? Hehe. Ning Qiguang smiled slightly, I am Ning Yun's father. Ah, Teacher Ning Yun's father is so old. Lu Yuan said with some surprise. Ning Qiguang's lips twitched when he heard this, since he became the vice principal. This was the first time I heard someone dare to say that about him. Ahem, Lu Yuan, don't talk nonsense, Principal Ning comes from old age. Hong Qinghe next to him coughed dryly and hurriedly smoothed things over. Haha, boy, work hard and show your strength. Ning Qiguang said nonchalantly. Must. Lu Yuan nodded as a response to the other party. Everyone took their seats. Soon, the top 32 competition will begin. According to the order of the draw, there are a total of 16 groups of battles, divided into 2 rounds. Lu Yuan is in the second group, so he can watch a battle. Among the students in the first group, there happened to be Lin Yu from No. 1 Middle School. Lin Yu's trump card is the 10 Orphan Giant Elephant Warriors. This kind of military unit, when used properly, can perform extraordinary feats on the battlefield. Really, the opponent Lin Yu met was a classmate from middle school. His true appearance is still a mixed army composed of orcs and wolf-headed men. At the same time, the pig-headed shaman has applied a second-level magic, Bloodthirsty. The combat power was originally very good. Pity. The gap was torn open directly by 10 Orphan Giant Elephant Warriors. Killing the opponent's shaman in one fell swoop made all bonuses completely ineffective. At the same time, it also established Lin Yu's victory. With his victory, he directly entered the top 16. In addition to him, Lu Yuan also saw Su Yu appear in the first group. The other party is indeed powerful. Legend has it that he has a red dragon in its infancy. Lu Yuan didn't see it. Maybe he didn't play in order to preserve his strength. But even so, Su Yu successfully crushed the opponent with his nearly 100,000 mixed army and achieved an overwhelming victory. The first group is over and the second group is ready. Finally, with everyone's expectant eyes, preparations for the second group's battle began. In order to maintain enough suspense, everyone can only match opponents after entering the login cabin. Wait until Lu Yuan's link enters the Divine Realm. A reminder message suddenly appeared in front of him. Tip your opponent this time is drawing lots. Tip your opponent. Chen Lingshan, 3 out of 3. If I go, it won't be such a coincidence, right? Lu Yuan also didn't expect that he would meet Chen Lingshan so quickly. Last time he snatched an earth elf from someone. This time, when I met her again, I really didn't know how to start. Tip Virtual God War has been linked. Tip you have 10 minutes to simulate the Divine Realm and deploy your troops. Tip timing starts. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan could only take back his thoughts and prepare for this divine battle. Forget it, since we went too far with her last time, let's make it simple this time and send 200,000 heavily armed soldiers. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan decided to keep it simple. After all, he has just started and cannot reveal all his strength at once. And he has a certain understanding of Chen Lingshan's military strength. Earth elves, paired with centaur legions. General deity preferences do not change easily. Therefore, there is a high probability that it is also such a unit. At the same time, on the other side, when Chen Lingshan saw that her opponent was actually Lu Yuan, anger suddenly surged in his heart. Smelly fool, how can I make you look good this time? But, this guy can pass the 90th level, so maybe I'm no match for him. No, even if he is not his opponent, I can't make it easy for him. Chen Lingshan muttered as she began to deploy her troops. Very quickly, 10 minutes passed by in a blink of an eye. The countdown is over. The forces of both sides flashed at the same time and appeared in their own space. On the big screen, many pictures were switched to Lu Yuan's view. Because Lu Yuan has now become a dark horse, attracted by everyone. Apart from him, there is Lu Ruyan, the most optimistic #1 seed in the entire exchange competition. Chi-Chi. In the void, cracks suddenly appeared in the vast divine space. Immediately, a crack several kilometers long appeared directly. At the other end of the gap, Japan's army, which was waiting in full formation, had already formed its formation. Lu Yuan stood in midair and looked around. I saw the centaur heavily armored warriors and the earth elves in the back row. Yes, there is progress. We actually turned the kobold into a clawed man. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he looked at Zhengren, who was much taller than before. It seemed that although Chen Lingshan was severely injured last time, she recovered much faster than he imagined. He is indeed a big dog owner. In just over 2 months, the opponent actually once again had a 3,000-strong centaur armored force. And 5,000 centaur archers. These are all level 2 units. At the same time, 10,000 tier 2 people served as supporting infantry. In the rear, the group of earth elves expanded to 3,000 people. Among them were dozens of level 3 earth priests. However, the aura is not as powerful as the 4th level one that Lu Yuan captured before. In total, there is a legion of nearly 30,000 soldiers. For a freshman in high school, this is already outstanding. Lu Yuan, this time, I want to make you look good. Chen Lingshan yelled angrily, grabbed her holy artifact plug-in and activated it. Rumble. On the ground, a large swamp emerged. Lu Yuan didn't do anything when he saw this scene. It seemed that he had guessed the other party's plan. At the same time as the swamp emerged, dozens of 3rd-level earth elf priests began to sing at the same time. The rolling magic power began to brew in their staffs. Finally, after a while, 2 huge swamps rolled over. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, Lu Dao, a quagmire puppet nearly 4 meters tall and whose entire body was made of rocks, stood up from the quagmire. Ouch! The huge roar made the entire divine space tremble. In the stands of the sports center, level 4 quagmire puppet, this little girl has quite a talent. Principal Wang Jinyang sitting next to him couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Principal Wang, for the compliment. My little girl is still far behind. Chen Junyu hurriedly shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Hey, Principal Chen, your daughter is only a freshman in high school. As long as you give her some time, you might be able to cultivate a larger 5th-level legion. Principal Wang said pertinently. Thank you, Principal Wang, for reminding me. I will definitely tell her. Chen Junyu nodded. The quagmire puppet's own defense is very powerful, and it is highly resistant to spells. I wonder what Lu Yuan is going to use to resist it. Suddenly, Ning Qiguang next to him spoke. Well, it seems like we haven't seen his army yet. Qin Rumi next to him spoke with some confusion. At this time, Chen Lingshan, who already had the quagmire puppet, said that the oracle was driving all the troops to invade Lu Yuan's side. Actually, this already shows that her experience is shallow. When the 2 armies are fighting, remember not to be impatient. If there is not much difference in military strength and one party becomes impatient, it will fall behind and lose the opportunity. Rumble. Everyone only saw the mighty army passing through the crack in space and rushing towards Lu Yuan's god. This time, Lu Yuan did not simulate the environment of the creep land. Because he doesn't feel needed. Dong dong dong. He watched Chen Lingshan's army rush over. But there was no movement at all. Lu Yuan, come on, let's fight head on. Chen Lingshan felt that she was so powerful that she challenged Lu Yuan. Well, can we discuss something? Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Chen Lingshan and said. What's the matter? Chen Lingshan's pretty face changed and she looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. Let me tell you, it is impossible for you to want me to let you go at this time. How come? Lu Yuan shook his head. I just sent some troops. I want to discuss it with you. If you lose, don't cry. What? I won't cry. Bah, 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 I won't lose. Chen Lingshan's face turned red, her chest heaved, and she looked like she couldn't bear it. Okay, I've told you, don't cry if you lose. Lu Yuan shook his head and then waved his hand. Okay, let's fight quickly. HMPH, even if you can pass level 90, it's not easy. Chen Lingshan snorted and was about to speak. But before she could finish her words, she suddenly paused. Because, behind the towering hillside, figures wearing heavy armor and ferocious appearance swooped down from the mountain peak. Hydra's heavily armed Ripper, a terrifying existence up to the 4th level. Exist. Now, it is turning into a tide, surging out from the top of the mountain. The 200,000-strong army is vast and majestic. And on the other side, Chen Lingshan was completely stunned by the army in front of her. Ah, is this the little force you were talking about? God, what a little force. Your total strength is 200,000 level 4 heavy armed warriors. Outside the field, everyone was completely shocked when they saw Lu Yuan's 200,000 heavily armed warriors. What? 200,000 level 4 heavy armed warriors? How is that possible? Nima, am I dreaming? 200,000 professionals, or level 4. How to fight, hit me on the head. Su Yu, who was sitting below and was eager to test Lu Yuan, changed his expression, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He has 200,000 professionals, even though he spent countless resources to cultivate 100,000 main battle races. If you don't consider the restraint of arms, these 200,000 alone are enough to push yourself. HMPH, no matter how large the number of a single unit is, it may not be able to sweep everything. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that this child has such great potential. He actually has so many level 4 believers. Ning Qiguang couldn't help but clasp his hands and laugh when he saw this scene. Yes, it is indeed good. It looks like it is a variant of the Zerg race. It can be cultivated to such an extent that the fields cannot be divided. I didn't expect that we would get something unexpected this time. While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan's Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warriors had completely overwhelmed the opponent's army. Chen Lingshan wanted to resist. But, Lu Yuan's army is too numerous. Even the 4th level Quagmire puppet was knocked over directly by the opponent's charge. At last, it turned into countless pieces and was completely torn into pieces. As for the rest, not even a single living creature was left alive, and all became food for the Zerg. Hash. Chen Lingshan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But I don't know what to say. Despair, my heart is full of despair. If this was not a virtual battle between gods, she might really be unable to control herself and burst into tears. No one expected that such a divine battle would be ended by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you can rest for half an hour and start the top 8 in half an hour. The referee in charge of monitoring said to Lu Yuan, who came out of the login cabin. Entering the divine space through the login cabin itself is a consumption of mental power. Continuous divine battles will have a certain impact on the gods. In fact, for Lu Yuan, the race of Chen Lingshan's followers did not have much impact on him. Anyway, it's just mindless speculation. It's equivalent to just passing a directly. Kai, the login cabin next to it also opened at this time. Lu Yuan saw Chen Lingshan, wearing hot pants and a small vest, walking out. There was a trace of frustration at failure on her face. However, when she subconsciously turned around and saw Lu Yuan standing there, suddenly, an indescribable feeling of loss came to my mind. As the rookie king of Middle School 3, she was defeated so easily. So, wow, unable to control herself, Chen Lingshan burst into tears. The painful cry directly attracted the attention of the audience. Even the referee teacher next to him was stunned. For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Yuan was a little speechless when he saw Chen Lingshan crying so hard. After all, no matter last time or this time, he was the culprit. Now, she was crying, and she was standing next to others, if she did nothing. Isn't it good for your own character? So, out of politeness, Lu Yuan walked up to the other party. He stretched out his palm to pat her shoulder gently and say a few words of comfort. At least, he doesn't seem so heartless. However, 1, 2, 7. Just when his palm was raised, it had not yet fallen. Chen Lingshan, who was crying, suddenly grabbed his hand. Immediately, she rushed into his arms. Wu, ow, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Chen Lingshan was crying and seemed to be complaining to Lu Yuan. Who knows? At this time, someone took out his mobile phone and took a video of the two of them. It's all your fault. Without any prospect introduction, such a short video instantly detonated the entire Cayenne City High School circle at a later time. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that his unconscious actions would actually turn him into a scumbag. Your sister is a scumbag. I just want to comfort her. Of course, this is all for later. Lu Yuan stood there with a stiff face, and even his raised arms were frozen in the air. Not far away, Chen Junyu, who was sitting there, turned dark when he saw this scene. My dad is still sitting here. He actually saw his daughter holding another boy in public. What was even more speechless was that Hong Qinghe next to him said with a smile. The child is older, it's normal, it's normal. Your sister is normal. Chen Junyu's face darkened, and he couldn't help shouting at Chen Lingshan. Chen Lingshan, come back here. You just lost. Why are you crying? Hearing her father's scolding, Chen Lingshan seemed to react. He raised his tearful eyes and glanced at Lu Yuan. He didn't know why, but he felt that this guy seemed even more disgusting. Asshole, you must win the championship, otherwise I won't let you go. Chen Lingshan thought that it would not be a shame if she lost to the champion. Lu Yuan said nothing and walked back to the stage to rest. As soon as he sat down, he saw Lin Yu, Wu Yuan and the others staring at him with envy and jealousy. What's wrong? Are there flowers on my face? Lu Yuan said doubtfully. Yes, there are attractive flowers. Wu Yuan rubbed his hands. Junior, no, eldest brother, from now on you are my eldest brother. Can you teach me the skill of picking flowers with both hands? Yeah. Li Shaoshan next to him nodded repeatedly. Brother, I've had enough of traditional crafts for a long time. Please help me. Help your sister. Lu Yuan's face turned dark and he resisted silently. The half-hour break is over. The top 16 have been selected, and the next step is the quarterfinals. Compared with the previous games, the gold content of the next games will be higher. Some powerful beings will gradually reveal their trump cards. Certainly, the most talked about thing now is the strength of Lu Yuan's 200,000 professionals. There's nothing we can do about it. How can we defeat a level 4 heavy armed warrior? The front is almost a horizontal push situation, and we can only use other tactics or the help of priests. Unless those few seed players take action, they will be crushed without any brains. Humph, that's not necessarily the case. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in 369, maybe one of them can restrain him. While they were discussing, the top 8 battle also began. Lu Yuan entered his divine space again. Even though they had won a few games before, the system didn't gain much useful information. So of course he ignored it. Tip, start matching opponents. Tip, opponent matching completed. Tip, your opponent. Zhao Minglong, 9 out of 9. On the big screen, I saw that Lu Yuan's opponent was actually Zhao Minglong, the top seed in the 9th round. Suddenly the audience was completely in a state of excitement. It's great. The top seeds collide. I wonder who among them can win. Zhao Minglong's main battle race has always been the very powerful Tiger. As an adult, he has level 2 strength. I saw level 3 figures during the team competition before, but I don't know how many there are and whether he can withstand them. I guess Zhao Minglong must have a trump card. Really, doesn't that Lu Yuan have a trump card? Nonsense, doesn't a 200,000 strong army count as a trump card? While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan couldn't help but shine when he saw his matched opponent. I didn't expect that I would meet the top seed so soon. Lu Yuan vaguely remembered that the other party seemed to be a race of believers from the Tiger clan. Tigers, leopards, and lions are indeed powerful races. Many strong men are willing to choose this as a believer. Be a little more serious. Lu Yuan secretly said to himself and began to build his own divine domain in the virtual space. This time, his terrain was different from before. Lu Yuan also has no place to release creep. Instead, a horseshoe-shaped mountain range was arranged around the space crack. The gap in the mountain range directly faces the space rift. This time, his 200,000 heavily armed Hydra tierling Zergling warriors were in formation on the plane of the horseshoe-shaped notch. Other than that, there are no other changes. Tip, countdown is over. Tip, the game starts. In the void, the torn space cracks reappeared. A huge crack more than 2,000 meters long appeared suddenly on the vast plain. The moment the crack appears, Lu Yuan was suddenly surprised to see that the terrain on the other side was not the so-called plain. It is actually an extremely vast forest. Countless tall trees cover the entire land. At a glance, there is no end in sight. Forest landscape. Lu Yuan glanced at him in surprise and was about to speak. But I heard Zhao Minglong's voice coming from the other side. Lu Yuan, your troops are indeed powerful, but I will not launch an attack. His voice came from deep in the forest, with no visible hiding place. If you want us to wait until the time of the God War expires, we will be eliminated together by then. If you want to see such a result, I don't mind. Quote. As soon as these words came out, many people immediately started talking. Here I go, is this asking Lu Yuan to charge? Yes, with the forest as a barrier, even if the opponent's heavily armored warriors take action, they will definitely be hindered. Yes, it seems that the terrain arranged by Lu Yuan may have a conspiracy. If the Balrog-like Zerg breaks out from the top of the mountain, I'm afraid there will be no benefits if you rush in. Compared to the impulsive Chen Lingshan before, Zhao Minglong seems much more mature this time. Although I know the opponent's military strength. But he also directly arranged his own tactics. This is a conspiracy. Because Zhao Minglong was very sure that Lu Yuan would not give up this competition with so many troops. In this case, he can just sit back and wait for the opponent to charge. HMPH, Lu Yuan, do you think your army is strong? Behind the vast forest, Zhao Minglong was standing in the void and talking softly to himself. Actually, I also have my own trump card. After hearing Zhao Minglong's words, the expression on Lu Yuan's face did not waver at all. He smiled faintly. Okay, now that you have laid out the means, let me see if you can resist it. Said. Lu Yuan's palm lifted slightly and then fell. Ouch! The tearing worms of countless heavily armored warriors instantly let out ferocious roars and galloped across the ground instantly. 0. Come on, for the great god of natural disasters, rush on. The shouts and roars gathered into a wave and surged through the cracks in space. He rushed directly into the entire forest. Click, click, click. Trees more than 10 meters high were broken under the violent crushing force of the heavily armored soldiers. These ordinary trees, in front of the terrifying heavily armored warriors, could only slow them down slightly. Soon, the 200,000-strong army had already leveled the entire forest at once. After the forest, there is a large plain. At this time, everyone saw the many races of believers that Zhao Minglong had. This is the third-level Tiger Knight. On the ground, I saw more than 5,000 tigers riding giant black tigers. Many people exclaimed in surprise. 5,000 people, wearing heavy armor, holding steel knives, and underneath them was a 3-meter-long black tiger. It simply exudes endless majesty. But 5,000 heavily armed giant tiger knights were simply not enough to withstand an army of 200,000. Behind the heavily armored giant tiger were 20,000 tiger infantry soldiers. He is also a professional, and he is also a level 3 professional. But this is not over yet. Because behind the tiger-headed infantry warriors, 50,000 tall, level 2 trolls were roaring with bloodthirsty, carrying heavy javelins up to 3 meters long, ready for war at any time. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan, how are you? Is my lineup still impressive to you? Zhao Minglong suddenly laughed. My front row only needs to block you for a little while, and the power of 50,000 troll pitchers is enough to penetrate the armor of your bugs. Level 2 penetrates the armor of my heavy warrior. Lu Yuan looked at him doubtfully. Are you kidding me? Haha, of course not. Zhao Minglong chuckled. Why do you think I arranged such a large forest? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling that there was something in Zhao Minglong's words. But at this moment, Zhao Minglong suddenly raised his hand. Suddenly, I saw that behind the army, figures with flaming lights suddenly rose into the sky. The number of these figures is not large, only 5,000. Look carefully. They all have butterfly-like wings growing on their backs, and their upper bodies are similar to human bodies. But the abdomen in the lower body was abnormally huge and bulging. Swish. As their wings flapped, little bits of fire swayed out from their wings. It actually looks pretty good. This is the Flame Butterfly Man. When Lu Yuan saw these figures, his eyes suddenly froze. Flame butterfly people are a special race that mutated from ordinary butterfly people. Originally, although the average butterfly man could fly, his speed was very slow. Moreover, the butterfly people are relatively thin and have no substantial combat effectiveness. So, most people rarely choose this race as believers. At most, train a small number of them and use them as scouts. But once they mutate into flame butterflies, their speed will increase. Not only that, but also has more abilities. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened the other party's racial information. Name: Flame Butterfly Man. Category: Sub-race. Stage: Level 2. Ability: High-speed flying, main, fraternal egg hatching, main. Life 9, equivalent to the blood volume of 2 adults. Strength 8, strength is not a strong point. Agility 13, outstanding speed. Intelligence 8, average level only. Evaluation: the thin butterfly man has a special ability after mutation. Different eggs hatch. These different eggs with flame-burning properties will be broken by external force. Produces a brief period of high temperature. Hatching from fraternal eggs. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was using the power of fire to hurt himself? If this is the case, then Zhao Minglong will probably be greatly disappointed. Because all the Zerg under him are immune to the fire element. Just when Lu Yuan was confused, in midair, those flame butterfly men suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, speeding towards Lu Yuan's 200,000 strong army. See the situation. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Fire Sting Demon, shoot them down for me. Ouch. Lu Yuan gave an order, and from behind the 200,000 Hydra heavy-armed warriors, the figures of 50,000 flame thorn demons suddenly appeared. With their whole bodies burning with flames, they looked like Balrogs. Puff puff. The sharp spines burst through the air instantly with burning flames. In the blink of an eye, a hail of arrows turned into a hail of arrows and enveloped the flame butterfly man in midair. But, although Lu Yuan reacted quickly, he still gave the flame butterfly a chance to explode. Their figures, incited by the high speed of their wings, flew directly over the 200,000 strong army. But, at this time, the arrows are coming. Puff puff. Under countless muffled sounds, the flame butterfly man's body was instantly pierced. Screams came from their mouths. It seemed that he was killed without doing anything at all. However, Zhao Minglong in the distance didn't feel any heartache at all. It seemed that he just asked them to come and die. Boom. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and the body of one of the flame butterfly men exploded on the way down. In the huge abdomen, countless butterfly eggs exploded. It turned into a curtain of rain, covering a large area of Hydra chess insects. This is just the beginning. Even if the 5,000 flame butterfly people died, their abdomens would burst open. Countless butterfly Luan completely enveloped the entire army. Bang bang bang. The butterfly egg, which was only the size of a fingernail, fell from a high altitude and was torn apart as soon as it came into contact with the heavy armor of the torn springtail. Seeing this scene, Zhao Minglong had a smile on his face. Lu Yuan, you may still be wondering why these butterfly eggs are of no use at all, right? He seemed to feel like he had the odds in hand. I forgot to tell you, my god's name is God of Poison and Forest. Now, you should tell me. Zhao Minglong's words rang out. Early before the game, I was wondering how I could deal with your terrifying 200,000 heavily armed army if I met you. Fight hard, unrealistic. He shook his head, looking like he was sure of victory. So, I have now created a large jungle on the simulated terrain, and in Jungle 30, I have already used my priesthood to cast poison. By the time your army tramples the forest, it will be covered in poison. At this time, the fiery breath of the exploding flame butterfly egg will directly turn the poison into gas. Then follow your mouth and nose and inhale it into your body. Quote. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately reacted. No wonder Zhao Minglong didn't feel the slightest bit sad about the death of the flame butterfly man. Because this was originally part of his plan. Is it highly poisonous? After Lu Yuan heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although you have tried so hard, I forgot to tell you that the living environment of my Zerg is already very harsh and the resistance to toxins is very strong. Ha ha ha, who told you that my poison is going to kill you directly? Zhao Minglong laughed. My poison is called the poison of corrosion and paralysis. It will only lower the defense of your Zerg army and make it unable to move. Zhao Minglong's voice became more and more proud. The immobilized Zerg army, no matter how large the number is it still a massacre? Ha ha ha. After the words fell, his palms waved violently. Suddenly, the orc army that had been preparing to attack exploded. Whoosh! Countless javelins turned into sharp arrows and were shot out from the troll's hands. Under the influence of paralysis and corrosive poison, even the heavily armored Ripper Zergling's defense will be reduced. This reduction directly gives the opponent a chance to penetrate the defense. Puff puff. Page time. Under the first round of salvos, the heavily armored warrior who was unable to dodge was pierced by the tearing springtail. Subsequently, the leader of the giant tiger knight let out an angry roar and led the army to charge. Kill them all for the sake of the great poison and forest god. For the glory of God. Ouch! Countless troops began to charge, and for a moment, the entire scene turned into a one-sided massacre. At the same time, on the viewing platform, the principal of No. 9 Middle School finally laughed when he saw this scene. Haha, Zhao Minglong really lived up to my expectations. This interlocking plan actually gave him a chance to win. Quote. Yeah, this Lu Yuan is good at everything, but he's too careless. It's not careless. The crack is so big. As long as he wants to charge, he has to rush through the forest. As long as you pass through, you will be contaminated by poison. Quote. It makes sense. You can't sit back and wait for death, waiting to be eliminated together, right? Zhao Minglong's paralyzing toxin is really powerful. If it could be released on a large scale on the battlefield, it would be very terrifying. While everyone was talking, Ning Qiguang, the vice president of Judean University who had been sitting there without speaking, suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Have you ever noticed that Lu Yuan doesn't seem to be panicking? Having said that, everyone was stunned, subconsciously looking at the close-up of Lu Yuan on the big screen. Indeed, even when he saw his army being slaughtered, his face did not waver at all. Suddenly, one of the sharp-eyed classmates screamed. Look, what is that? Everyone suddenly discovered that it was at the gap in the space crack. Countless blazing flames appeared out of thin air. It was like a shot from the other end of the divine space. The width of the space crack in the virtual God War is only about 2,000 meters, but the height is almost infinite. So, this gave Lu Yuan an opportunity. At the other end of the crack, behind the 50,000 flame thorn demon, the army of more than 200,000 flame-stabbing demons all burst out with their own attacks at this moment. Several rounds of spines burning with terrifying flames flew through the space cracks in waves. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Minglong didn't even notice the huge army behind him. Oh my god, why does he still have so many Balrogs? Nah, it turns out that 200,000 heavily armed warriors are not enough. Are these long-range attacks his trump card? Boo-hoo. Countless ridges of burning flames pierced the sky. In the distance, Zhao Minglong, who thought he had an absolute advantage, was completely shocked. How is that possible? How can you have so many troops? Nothing is impossible. Lu Yuan smiled softly, feeling that it felt good to crush his opponents with numbers. Puff puff. Countless spines fell indiscriminately into the rushing army. It was a virtual battle of gods anyway, so Lu Yuan didn't have to worry about the death of his Zerg. At first, when he faced the blade, he relied on this method to lure the enemy deeper and completely crush the opponent. But, this is also based on the huge numerical advantage. Otherwise, it will be of no use at all. Puff puff. Blood and miserable howls resounded on the battlefield. 3 consecutive rounds of volleys had wiped out 80% of the opponent's 100,000 troops. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The 4th-level troll witch doctor in charge shouted loudly from behind. The staff in his hand had just been raised, and he was about to release a healing voodoo spell. At this moment, a low roar sounded. Above his head, a flame mark instantly appeared. Burning embers. Then, the troll witch doctor suddenly saw the ground rolling and a huge figure rushing out from the ground. It's none other than the flame tyrant, Hydra. Go to hell. Breathing flames. Boom. A long pillar of fire spurted out from Yagdra's mouth. Instantly burns the troll witch doctor to ashes. Also emerging from the ground, more than 10,000 Hydra-infected winds emerged. Germs breed and nerves become paralyzed. The surrounding witch doctor army that wanted to organize a counterattack was instantly controlled before they could react. Then he was completely beheaded. Tip, your believer race has annihilated the opponent with absolute superiority. Tip, you won this game. Tip, you have gained 360,000 faith points. Ding. The host gets an additional reward for victory, Wings of Flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 300,000 faith points. Ha, Wings of Fire. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and suddenly became interested in a reward prompted by the system. Be casual. Wings of Flame, a pair of wings from the flame butterfly. After fusion, it will increase the target's agility attribute and fire bonus. Note, just because you have wings doesn't mean you can fly. Good. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Finally there was a reward that interested him. The flame-tearing demon in his hand had been fused with the power of the Balrog before, but its own speed was not enough. Lu Yuan made them into lightly armored warriors. The goal is to become a highly mobile team on the battlefield. You can attack when you advance, and you can wait when you retreat. The only flaw is that it's not fast enough. Moreover, they could not install the night demon wings they obtained before. So, now this Wings of Fire is extremely suitable for them. Take advantage of the break to win the game. Lu Yuan returned directly to his divine space. System, fuse the flame wings with the flame-tearing demon for me. Ding. Start merging. In an instant, the entire miracle appeared in the divine space. Because of time constraints, Lu Yuan did not pay too much attention. After he finished giving instructions to the system, he left the divine space directly. When he exited the login cabin, he happened to see Zhao Minglong standing there not far away. You are very strong. I am convinced that you lost. Zhao Minglong took a deep look at Lu Yuan and said seriously. I agree, your strength is not bad either. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. A student with such a talent must have a good temperament. I won't feel jealous because of this failure. In comparison, the former Luo Ziming was very different. It's a pity that he has become history now. Haha, Lu Yuan, I didn't expect that you actually have so many followers. Lu Yuan came back, and Wu Yuan and others next to him all smiled and spoke. That's right, I just realized now that you didn't use all your strength when you fought the four of us before. Lin Yu shrugged, completely speechless at Lu Yuan's monster. When such genius has reached heights beyond their reach, any jealousy had evaporated. All they have is looking up. Can you tell me how many main combat arms you have now? Li Shaoshan asked curiously. It's not much, maybe more than 1 million. Lu Yuan thought for a while and said very low-key. Hiss. The four of them gasped in shock. There are more than 1 million troops, but there are still not many. Even after they lit the divine fire, they didn't dare to say they had so many troops. Lu Yuan and the four of them chatted with each other. Above, the three vice principals sitting in the auditorium cast their eyes on Lu Yuan from time to time. This scene fell in the eyes of Principal Lu not far away, and it suddenly seemed a little ugly. He found that since the start of the Lu Yuan competition, the three vice principals had looked at their granddaughter Lu Ruyan much less. HMPH, I don't believe that a kid like you with no background can fight against Ruyin. Principal Lu snorted secretly. Also a half-hour break. During this half hour, Lu Yuan laughed and chatted casually with Lin Yu and others beside him. But in other schools, no one was as relaxed as him at this time. Because everyone saw Lu Yuan's current troop deployment. They are all thinking about it once they meet him as an opponent. How to resist. That's all. After half an hour passed. The quarterfinals are about to begin. Tip, opponent is matching. Tip, complete the match with your opponent. Karasuwa 2 out of 2. Tip, virtual god realm has been opened. Tip, users are requested to create a virtual divine domain as soon as possible, and the countdown begins. Karasuwa. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the name. This number 2 seeded player did not attract much attention before. The limelight is far less than that of Lu Ruyan of number 6 middle school and Su Yu of number 3 middle school. As long as he can get to this point, Lu Yuan has no intention of underestimating the enemy. There are also 200,000 Hydra heavily armed tearing zombie warriors for melee combat, and 200,000 flame stingers for long-range combat. There are 100,000 poisonous banelings buried underground. Another 50,000 infected insects are also buried underground. Only this, Lu Yuan thought for a while, and suddenly with a thought, he directly brought the 10,000 flame-tearing demons that he had just evolved. By the way, there are also these floating king insects, let's take them up and give them a try. Have a try mentality. Lu Yuan chose his own unit. At this moment, the countdown ends. With a flash of light, he and his followers appeared in the virtual divine realm. The crack opened, and the divine realm on the opposite side suddenly emerged. Only, when Lu Yuan saw the other party's divine realm, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. What surprised Lu Yuan was that the opponent's divine space was actually a large lake. Lake, system, display information. With a thought, Lu Yuan directly displayed the opponent's god's domain interface. User, Tang Zi. God's name, God of Lakes and Violent Winds. Faith value, 5.71 million. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Water Mist, Strong Wind, Waves. Sacred Fire. Not lit. Godhead. None. Faith race Crocodile Man, Naga Siren, Four-armed Mantis Man, Swamp Lizard Man. Believers Fanatical believers 50,000, Devout believers 150,000, Deep believers 500,000, Pan believers 290,000. God of Lakes and Winds. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw the other party's message. This is a deity who specializes in walking the watery route. Even believers are mainly believers in the water. The moment the crack appeared, Tang Zi on the opposite side turned into a blur of violent wind. Without saying anything, he raised his hand. Swells, strong winds. Time. In the vast and boundless lake, countless waves began to surge. Subsequently, one after another powerful waves emerged from the lake. In midair, a violent wind blew. Let the waves roll more and more violently. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the lake, Naga sea monsters with snake tails and fish gills emerged from the lake. They floated on the water one by one, like elves controlling the water flow. Great God of Lakes and Winds, thank you for your strength. The leader, a Naga Siren, has reached the 5th level. Behind her, the Naga Siren team of 500 people began to chant spells at the same time. Hoola hoola. The waves in the lake became more violent. Subsequently, in the midst of everyone's surprised gazes, a 5-meter-high wave like a wall surged out from the cracks in space like a tsunami. Oh my god, did this Karasawa classmate actually use his priesthood and Naga Siren spell to launch a tsunami that could drown Lu Yuan? The male host responsible for the narration couldn't help but said excitedly. This requires a large amount of faith, and at the same time, it requires a mage unit like the Naga Siren, which has a strong command of water flow, to complete it. Look, what's in the waves? The female commentator suddenly screamed, her hand pointing at the big screen trembling. At this moment, only then did everyone see the figure of a crocodile man wearing thick scales and holding a giant axe and spear among the waves. That terrifying tsunami was not just about drowning the opponent, but also a way for the powerful crocodile man to quickly approach the opponent. Come on, fighting in the water is my home court, Tang Zi. Tang Zi sneered in his heart while releasing his priesthood. He was the number 1 genius in number 2 middle school. Unexpectedly, when he came to the Cayenne City High School exchange competition, he was ignored by everyone. So, Tang Zi has been holding back, just because he wants to show his most powerful trump card when facing a powerful opponent. He wants to create a large area of water so that his aquatic troops can unleash their most powerful attacks. Certainly, this is not enough, because Tang Zi was not sure whether Lu Yuan's troops could survive in the water. So, he also prepared another backup move. Naga Siren, release the mist. His oracle came in an instant. Suddenly, hundreds of Naga Siren received Tang Zi's oracle and began to chant again. Ooh, the strong wind blew, and in the vast lake, countless water vapor began to rise from the water surface as the waves surged. Level 3 Water Magic, Fog of War. In the sports center, the commentator instantly called out such a name. What a great trick, this Tangs is quite powerful. The male commentator immediately began to explain to the audience. The characteristic of the Fog of War is to create a large amount of clouds and fog to cover the battlefield in a short period of time. Under such fog, the enemy's vision will be greatly reduced. Quote, once the enemy's army loses sight, it can only allow its own forces in the fog to make a sneak attack. What? So powerful, the female commentator exclaimed. If we follow this configuration and add some flying troops to act like killers in the fog, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Yes, you are absolutely right. The male commentator nodded repeatedly. Look, Karasawa-san is obviously aware of this problem. So, you see, quote, when everyone heard the commentary, they all looked along the big screen. At this glance, shockingly, he discovered that there were wings on his back, his skin was green, his head was like a mantis, but his body was that of a human body. And their arms have actually turned into green sickles. As the sickle was swung, it flashed with sharp light. Buzz. The wings as thin as cicadas' wings behind them opened up, and with a slight flap, the whole person flew up silently. I saw that the vast green army disappeared with the help of the thick fog of war. Oh my god, it really is like this. There are so many four-armed mantis people, at least more than 10,000. The female commentator's voice was trembling. These silent four-armed mantis men are simply the killers of death. The male commentator also nodded in agreement. In my opinion, they will definitely use the fog of war to cut into the back row of fire-thorn demons. It seems that these level 3 four-armed mantises are Karasawa-san's biggest trump card. Everyone only saw that, wrapped in countless fogs of war, the four-armed mantis turned into a silent smokescreen in midair and quickly approached Lu Yuan. At this time, the fog of war has become larger and larger, covering the entire battlefield area. Wow! Below, tens of thousands of crocodile men and swamp lizard men kept shuttling through the water, quickly approaching Lu Yuan's army. Close, close, getting closer. A rich smile appeared on Tangzi's face. He believed that with his unexpected fighting combination, he could definitely defeat Lu Yuan. At that time, the balance of victory will tilt to his side. Haha, so what if there are a lot of people? God's battles sometimes rely on brains. Tangzi thought in his heart. His eyes penetrated the void, and he could see that in the fog of war, all the four-armed mantis men had entered the sky above the flame-thorn demon. It won't be long before the first round of harvesting begins. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan's calm words suddenly sounded in the divine space. Exquisite coordination, what a pity. Lu Yuan's words stopped abruptly here. Immediately, he raised his hand slightly, and with a thought, countless faith values began to burn. Tip, you spent 1,000 faith points to cast the priesthood, night demon. Moment. In the void, a black sky suddenly appeared. Looks like, in the sky, the light that originally existed suddenly disappeared. The black curtain spread instantly. In less than a few seconds, the entire battlefield was covered. What kind of priesthood is this? The priesthood of the night. The moment he saw the sky turn dark, Tangzi's eyes turned into subconscious doubts. However, next, he suddenly realized that his eyes could not penetrate this layer of black sky. Even, one cannot see any situation of the believer race in the entire battlefield. Even demigods are like this. Not to mention, all believer races below. What's going on? I can't see it anymore. Great God of lakes and winds, please dispel this darkness. I'm so scared. No, we have to get out of here. Be careful. The four-armed mantis man, who was originally the killer weapon, screamed in midair. A terrifying idea emerged from their hearts, and then expanded rapidly. That feeling, it's like he is in countless dangers. It seems that I will be attacked by others at any time. So, some mantis people couldn't bear it anymore. In panic, they directly attacked the people around them. Puff! The sound of blood and screams instantly emerged. This scene completely panicked the four-armed mantis men around them. They subconsciously began to attack the surroundings, regardless of whether their swords struck their companions. This moment, they forgot everything and only had fear in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. The power of this night seems to be working well. And below, Those flame thorn demons have already taken advantage of this opportunity. Shoot the flame spines high into the air. Time. The screams gathered together. What a powerful priesthood. On the viewing platform, seeing the black sky above the screen, Ning Qiguang couldn't help but speak. That's right, this is no longer the basic Dark Knight, it seems to have been upgraded to a Night Nightmare. Night Stalker. Qin Rumi raised his eyebrows. How old is this child? He can actually have the Night Demon priesthood. Could it be that the ancient bloodline has awakened in the body? Wang Jinyang couldn't help but speak. As soon as these words came out, the three vice principals couldn't help but look at each other. Although the era of ancient gods' rule has come to an end, it is undeniable that in that era, there were indeed many incomparable gods. Including many people in the main world now, more or less have the blood of ancient gods passed down. Once the bloodline is awakened, its talent and potential instantly surpass others. This priesthood. Seeing this scene in midair, Tang Zi jumped up angrily and cursed. He couldn't wait any longer. Lu Yuan's priesthood must be solved, otherwise, his four-armed mantis man may suffer heavy losses. Blow me the strong wind. Ooh, he no longer cares about the consumption of faith points. At this time, he directly used his powerful wind priesthood, hoping to blow away the black power of the sky. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Yuan's priestly night dire was not a mist, but a rule of the night. So, even if he was raging in the wind, it would be of no use. It lasted for 10 minutes. Lu Yuan felt that it was almost done. With a wave of his hand, the darkness in the sky faded away, and clarity returned again. This moment, all viewers can finally see clearly what is happening on the battlefield. Hiss. Having seen the situation, for a moment, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. Because all the four-armed mantis men in the sky have been wiped out. All the corpses have fallen to the ground. Some of them are still being eaten by the flame sting demon as if they are food. That kind of scene is simply mind-numbing. Wow. At this time, the underwater perspective. Suddenly, the Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warrior who had been motionless suddenly took action. Whoosh. Their bodies suddenly stretched out, and they actually burst into terrifying swimming speeds in the waves. Even under their necks, organs similar to fish gills can be seen. Is this an amphibious Zerg? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. Nima, isn't this too outrageous? The land is so violent, but the water is even more ferocious than the land. What the hell is this Zerg? Is this a monster? Awesome, this Lu Yuan is so awesome. He's so handsome and awesome. I wonder if he has any female nanos friends. Go away, he is mine. 1. In the divine space, I saw that Lu Yuan's Zerg army was so ferocious even with its water nature. Tang's was completely speechless. Too strong, too strong. He really couldn't find a chance to counterattack. Regardless of quantity, quality, or restraint, they have all been crushed by the opponent. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he looked at the last Naga Siren Mage group. Release the siren song to me, quickly. Tang Zi directly issued an oracle. Suddenly, all the Naga Sirens' eyes actually flashed with a look of determination. Strange rhythms and roars sounded from their mouths. Siren's song. Legend has it that when the Naga Siren's life ends, he sings the most beautiful song. This kind of singing can make people fall into a state of trance. Moreover, they will also be controlled by the Kraken. What's even more terrifying is that it's actually a group attack spell. Anyway, this is a virtual battle between gods. Even if the Naga Siren burns his own life force to sing the song of the siren, he will not really die. So, Tang's wants to control Lu Yuan's army at the last moment with the sacrifice of Naga Siren. When the time comes, they will kill each other. Okay, good idea. The siren's song of nearly 1,000 people can influence at least 300,000 troops. At this time, the principal of middle school 2 almost burst into laughter. Originally, he thought Lu Yuan had won this time. But, Tang's actually used such power at the last moment to turn the situation around. However, at the moment when the siren song started to sound, a joking voice sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. I think you should ask them to look up. The moment Lu Yuan's voice sounded, Tang Zi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked towards his own sky. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was deep in the fog of war. 10 figures as huge as hot air balloons actually appeared in midair. The shapes of these figures are very strange. It looks like an insect with huge front pincers. On the insect's body, a huge air bag swelled. If Lu Yuan hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known when the other party floated behind him. What is this? Tangs couldn't help but exclaimed. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard this. I call it the king insect. And they will give you a big gift. Wow. At the same time, a passage below the king insect suddenly opened. Subsequently, a series of Zerg figures burning with flames jumped down from midair. They have an appearance similar to that of a tearing springtail, but their entire bodies seem to be closer to humanoid shapes. A pair of wings burning with flames flashed behind him. Let them fly toward the Naga siren below like lightning. Their name is Flame Tear Demon. Ouch! A total of 1,000 flame-tearing demons are stored in the sealed space of the 10 king insects. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that the airdrop idea he just had on a whim would actually work wonders. Puff! The falling flame-tearing demon was wearing light armor, and as soon as its two side-like forelimbs fell, they turned into swords and swept towards the surroundings. Immediately, 2 Naga sirens were directly beheaded. Protect the Nagas. Behind them, the swamp lizard and crocodile man who were still nearby roared. Go to hell. The swamp lizard man raised the spear in his hand and stabbed the flame ripper demon from behind. However, just when he thought he was about to be stabbed, the flame-tearing demon's figure dwarfed slightly, and he waved the sickle in his hand at an extremely tricky angle. He blocked the spear forcefully. Blocked. This is impossible. 090. The swamp lizard man who took action had a look of surprise on his face. But before he finished speaking, he saw that the sickle had passed over his neck. Puff! Blood and heads flew high into the sky. The flame-tearing demon didn't even look at it at all, and continued to pounce towards the Naga siren next to it. Hee. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips, and his investment in the flame tear tong was indeed not in vain. Swordsmanship Specialization Card, Assassination Specialization Card. These themselves are fighting techniques learned by human martial arts masters. After spending more time and effort getting the Fire Tier Magic Society. As expected, more horrific killings broke out. There is a saying. The Zerg know martial arts and no one can stop them. Maybe, that's it. The Naga Siren, who has no melee ability, has no way to resist the attack of 1,000 flame-tearing demons who know martial arts. In less than a minute, he died completely. The complete death of Naga Siren. This marks that the dominance of the entire battlefield has fallen into Lu Yuan's hands. Finally, before Lu Yuan had killed all the believers, Tang Zi had already sadly admitted defeat. Tip: your believer race defeats the opponent with absolute advantage. Hint: you win this game. Tip: you have gained 270,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 270,000 faith points. The entire sports center is now silent. Everyone looked at the victorious Lu Yuan on the big screen and couldn't calm down for a long time. Too strong, both in quantity and quality. They have all successfully crushed Tang Zi. How many mutant races does this kid have? Hong Qinghei's face was filled with smiles. Using the Night Demon priesthood to create enough time for those king insects to airdrop, this guy's combat intuition is really sharp. Qin Ruhuo said with eyes shining. His temperament is that of a fighting maniac. I really appreciate Lu Yuan's operation. Haha, we, Blue Prison University, need such outstanding students. Wang Jinyang said with a stronger smile on his face. What, you want it? What a beautiful idea, Ning Qiguang retorted unceremoniously. This boy has been mine for 9 days. Why do you say what's yours is yours? Below, many principals who listened to the three people's argument could not help but look at Hong Qinghei with envy. This is the seedling of no. 1 middle school. If you were really admitted to 3 universities in advance, then his high school must be rewarded. Humph, we haven't reached the end yet. I don't know who is more powerful. Principal Lu's face couldn't help but turn red, and finally he could only open his mouth and say this. Lu Yuan, you have half an hour to rest, and then it's the semifinals. The referee teacher saw Lu Yuan coming out and reminded him again. Okay, teacher, but, teacher, can I just stay here and not go out? Lu Yuan nodded and said suddenly. Okay, Anyway, this is your login cabin. You will use it during the competition. The referee teacher nodded. Okay, thank you very much. Lu Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and walked back again. Tip, the subspace domain has been linked. Tip, you have entered the exclusive divine space. Lu Yuan returned to his divine space again. The entire divine space has not changed much. Only, he came back this time not to check on the believers. Rather, he feels that he is likely to encounter a stronger opponent in the semifinals that will be held later. After all, neither Su Yu nor Lu Ruyan encountered them. And, although he just won this victory, but the four-armed mantis man possessed by Tang Zi made him understand a problem. That is, we lack a powerful air force. Even if there are flame-tearing demons, they can't really fly. The speed of the floating king insect is too slow, and its role is not in attacking. Just in case he encounters some air force with a longer range, it could very well be a big problem. Have you gained another 250 million faith points? Lu Yuan saw the accumulation of faith values in the God's domain interface. Directly. System, spend 10 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Brood Nutrition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Super Giant Brain Consumable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the first level Zerg Alien Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the second level Zerg Alien Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the third level Zerg Alien Dragon. A series of beeps dazzled Lu Yuan. But soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he actually got a lot of good things from it. Among them, there were two that excited him the most. Super Giant Brain Alien Dragon Gene. Needless to say, the Super Giant Brain is exactly the kind of consumable that was used to evolve Abathur before. Lu Yuan knew that this was something exclusive to Abathur. As for the Allosaurus gene, it's like giving him a pillow when he feels sleepy. Also Dragon, a kind of screaming mantis from ancient time and space, the product of evolution after genetic modification. They have extremely strong speed and maneuverability, and they will spit blade insects from their long tails to attack. Note, as a violent symbiote, the blade insect will burst into several pieces and splash towards the enemy. Under a very large number of volleys, it will produce a very powerful effect. After reading the introduction to the Allosaurus gene, Lu Yuan knew that he had an extremely powerful aerial unit. Immediately, his eyes looked toward his own divine space. Directly command the system. System, fuse Abathur with a super brain. Ding. Fusion begins. As the sound of the system disappeared, Abathur, who was still working diligently to promote the evolution of the brood, suddenly looked up. Because he has felt the call of the Great Master. He was shaking a little. He knew that the day for his evolution had come. Otherwise, his rank would be inferior to the fire-breathing Yagdra. Ouch! For a moment, Abathur felt that his brain began to hurt violently, as if a brain had been forcibly inserted. And his body also began to grow and expand while twisting. The carapace becomes thicker, and the upper body begins to resemble a humanoid. It looks like a half-human Zerg with a huge head. The body below became even larger, with tiny tentacles extending from underneath him to support his huge body. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Abathur, after constant efforts, finally broke through 2 levels with the help of the super brain. Name, Psychopath Abathur. Category, Zerg. Stage, 5th level. Ability, Enhanced Tear, Charge Main Claw Slash, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Armored Thrust Main, Brood Pulse Main, Psychic Wave Main, Spiritual Scream Main, Hydra Heavy Armor Scales, Enhanced Regeneration, Dragon Bloodline, Demonic Wings, Larval Symbiosis Main, Rotten Locust Swarm Main. Life 26, Vitality is getting stronger. Strength 24, the strength bonus is not high. Agility 20, weaker in comparison. Intelligence 38, low-level spells can also explode with powerful power. Evaluation, Abathur, who has broken through the shackles, has taken a step closer in spirit, and at the same time, he has more means of attack. Juvenile symbiosis, quickly hatch a young symbiote and attach it to the target or building. After a period of penetration, it can obtain all the abilities of the target or invalidate the original power of the building. Rotten locust swarm throws an insect nest towards the target area. The insect nest quickly hatches into hundreds of highly infectious and aggressive locusts, attacking all nearby targets. Seeing these two abilities, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh that Abathur's advanced effect was really powerful. No matter which one is used well, it can play a huge role. Great Lord, Abathur offers you the most devout faith. It is you who gave Abathur evolution. Abathur, who had fully evolved, crept down on the creep ground and uttered a sincere prayer. However, Lu Yuan just glanced at it and then looked away. He looked towards the system space and said directly, "System, select 500,000 larvae for me to fuse with Allosaurus genes." Ding. Start merging. Time. Countless dust particles appeared in the void again. This time, Lu Yuan directly selected the larva to start the fusion. This complete gene chain must start from the larva. Because only the larval gene chain possesses strong plasticity. Ouch, ouch, hiss. Countless roars and howls emerged throughout the divine space. 500,000 larvae began their own metamorphosis and evolution. Only saw. Their bodies began to lengthen and stretch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff. There was a soft sound, and two bat-like wings stretched out from their backs. The wings were covered with thick mucus, as if they had just been born. Their heads became more and more ferocious. Rows of sharp teeth form a ferocious mouthparts. But, below, under Cheng's abdomen, a blade insect as sharp as an arrow emerged. He held it in his mouth without speaking, as if he could rush out at any time and deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. The moment when the first-order alien dragon completes its transformation, Lu Yuan discovered that they were only over half a meter in size. But then, the second-level gene chain struck again. Their transformation begins. The body shape becomes larger. Wait until the third-order gene chain is completely integrated. The wingspan of all alien dragons has exceeded 2 meters. It looks hideous and terrifying. Ouch! Poof! Poof! Their wings flapped together, and then they turned into a sea of alien dragons and flew into the air. Less than an hour, a powerful army of alien dragons was formed at once. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, you have obtained a new race, alien dragon. Tip, your mutant dragon has advanced. Tip, your mutant dragon has advanced. Tip, your believer race has witnessed the power of divine grace, and their faith has deepened. Tip, you have gained 7.89 million faith points. Lu Yuan did not expect that this wave would actually gain so many faith points. Not only does it have a powerful air force, but it can also harvest faith points. It's a huge profit. Lu Yuan clicked on the Alien Dragon interface. Name, Alien Dragon. Category, Zerg. Stage, 3rd level. Ability, Blade Insect Attack Main, Dragon Wing Regeneration. Life, 13, the blood volume is not high. Strength, 12, strength is not a strong point. Agility, 21, this is not the speed that level 3 should have. Intelligence, 10, barely considered smart. Evaluation, with their light body and fast flying ability, Blade Insect Attack is their only means of attack. When the number is large enough, the effect will be even more terrifying. After reading it, Lu Yuan basically had a clearer understanding of the alien dragon. The characteristics of the alien dragon are its small size, fast speed, and low star rating. Simply put, the attack power is not strong enough in a single state. They need to be in groups to be able to unleash powerful attack power. If under the spiritual guidance of Abathur, a volley would be extremely lethal to some powerful races with higher levels. After a brief try, Lu Yuan found out. If more than 100 mutant dragons volleyed, it would only take 1 round to break through the defense of Hydra's heavily armored tearing springtails. 2 volleys can injure it. After 3 rounds, death is inevitable. Just 100 of them. This is true for dealing with heavy equipment, but naturally it is not a problem when dealing with air troops. Lu Yuan can also see that this kind of alien dragon is not without its shortcomings. Once the opponent's defense is high enough and the mobility is strong enough, it is completely possible to counterattack after withstanding 1 round of attacks from the alien dragon. By the time, the crispy-skinned alien dragon might be killed instantly before it could react. But Lu Yuan doesn't care about this. The Zerg, as one of the natural disasters, has an overwhelming advantage in numbers. 500,000 alien dragons, no matter who they are enough to kill each other. Next, Lu Yuan once again selected suitable abilities for his alien dragon army from the system space to fuse. He has not yet fused with Hydra or the Abyssal Flame Demon Factor. Neither of these two types are good at flying. Lu Yuan wants to wait and fuse them if there is a chance to obtain some flying race factors in the future. After some fusion, Lu Yuan looked at the time, and it should not be far from half an hour in the main world. At this moment, a message suddenly came from his God's domain interface. Tip: the top 4 competition is about to begin, please enter the virtual God realm as soon as possible. When Lu Yuan saw this, he immediately left his divine space with a thought. Entered the virtual divine realm. Tip: your opponent is matching. Tip: matching completed, your opponent, Suyu, 3 types. Knew it. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, he met Suyu, the top seed among the 3, in the semifinals. The opponent's strength was second only to Lu Ruyan in the entire exchange competition. He is even more grateful now that his lottery draw just now was so correct. This time, let's choose the forest as the terrain. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he laid out a vast and boundless forest area. Around the forest, a series of mountains still appeared. Only, this time, he also added a lot of forests to the mountains. Actually, Lu Yuan did this to hide his alien dragon army. It's like keeping a trump card. Tip: the countdown is over and the virtual battle of gods begins. Tisk. The space of the entire virtual divine realm was torn apart again. At this moment, everyone looked at the big screen in unison. They want to see who can have the last laugh between Lu Yuan and Su Yu. As for the other Lu Ruyan who was competing, there was no suspense. So, the battle between Lu Yuan and Su Yu became the focus of the audience. On Su Yu's side, the divine space is a fairly satisfactory combination of plains and mountains. Only, on Su Yu's side, Lu Yuan saw a powerful combination of half-dragon, mad lion, and tyrant. The number alone has actually exceeded 100,000. 3,000 level 3 half-dragon warriors. 20,000 heavily armored lion knights. 10,000 heavily armored tauren infantry. Especially the tauren, each of them is actually as high as the 4th level. In their hands, each one is more than 3 meters tall. At the same time, a totem pole made of giant wood was carried on his shoulders. Just standing there is enough to see how powerful they are. At the rear, Lu Yuan saw more than 30,000 centaur archers. There are also clawed men, wolf-headed men, and troll spear throwers. This is a mixed army composed entirely of orc races. A strong lineup of more than 100,000 people, just standing there is enough to show their strength. But, this isn't over yet. The moment the battle between gods began, in midair, Su Yu, who had short hair and a tall figure, raised his hand to hold a gemstone on his body. A halo of war immediately shrouded it. The god of wilderness and war, this is Su Yu's name. And almost all of his clergy are bonuses to war. Ouch! The aura of war enveloped them, and all the troops roared with heart-shaking roars. At the same time, Su Yu raised his hand in midair and waved again. Another halo fell. The aura of courage gives your army a brave heart, increased spell resistance, and immunity to panic spells. This halo is completely aimed at Lu Yuan's night demon power. This isn't over yet. Su Yu fell again with a halo of light. It is a night vision halo, which is also a power against the dark night. This was also the countermeasure he came up with after seeing Lu Yuan's battle situation. 3 halos of light fell. There was no need for Su Yu to speak. Behind the army, a 5th-level shaman shouted loudly. Charge, because of Balian. Boom boom boom. The cavalry infantry regiment, headed by the tauren and dominated by the Mad Lion Knights, began to charge. The earth shook. It was filled with smoke and dust. An army of 100,000 people marched towards Lu Yuan's forest in a mighty manner. Lu Yuan, stop hiding, let us fight openly and openly. Su Yu's voice resounded in the void. He is the number 1 seed out of 3 and has his own arrogance. So, he won't back down. Same, he also didn't want Lu Yuan to back down. Conspiracies and tricks are just tricks for the weak. Come on, let's fight head on. Are you scared? Lu Yuan suddenly shook his head and smiled. He naturally knew that the reason why Su Yu said this was just because he was worried about what kind of trap he had laid in the forest. That's why he was provoked. In a duel between masters, every word may have its own profound meaning. But the light in Lu Yuan's eyes was completely different from Su Yu's caution. Because, at this moment, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. So, forget it, since you want to see it, let's do it for you. The voice fell. Only saw. Large tracts of forest began to shake, and Hydra tearing springtails wearing heavy armor emerged from the forest. Boom, boom, the ground began to shake. At this moment, the iron hooves of the 200,000-strong army resounded throughout the forest. Ouch, for the great god of natural disasters. The roar rang out, turning into a wave and overlapping with the figure of the tearing springtail, and rushed towards the opponent's army. The pupils in Su Yu's eyes shrank. Those who have not faced Lu Yuan's army will never know how terrifying it is to be attacked head-on by such a powerful force. But he had no retreat and wanted to win this exchange match. We must cross this mountain range. Shadow Shaman. His voice roared. The rolling oracle sounded instantly at the rear of the army. At this moment, hidden behind the tall orc figure, a large group of orcs wearing ancient jewelry, holding animal bone staffs, and carrying a powerful wave of magic power emerged from behind. Shadow Shaman is a rare shaman from the ancient beast tribe. They master the mysterious totems among the ancient orc shamans and can release the extremely powerful emperor. Ah, the power of ancient civilization, please revive it at this moment. At this moment, the Shadow Shaman elder spoke in ancient, obscure, and difficult to pronounce animal language. Subsequently, everyone saw that dark clouds began to gather above the void. Crack, waves of lightning were brewing in it, as if lightning would appear at any time. Crack, sudden, among the clouds, a terrifying bolt of lightning broke through the air and fell towards the Zerg army below. There was only a loud noise, and the terrifying lightning instantly turned into a beating electric snake, exploding on Hydra's torn springtail body. Not only that, it is also twisted and transmitted to the surroundings. This is an ancient orc magic, a 5th-level magic, chain lightning. In the entire sports center, the principals who saw this scene suddenly spoke. That kind of powerful thunder spell that can continuously bounce among the crowd. Unexpectedly, this Su Yu actually cultivated such an ancient shadow shaman. Yes, although there are only 300 people, the damage caused is not bad. Terrifying lightning began to explode above the clouds. Wherever the lightning passes, even the heavily armored tearing springtails cannot withstand it. Many of the heavy armors that tore through the outer layer of springtails were not damaged at all, but the insides were scorched by electricity. But Lu Yuan's eyes did not waver at all. Although chain lightning is powerful, it is not enough to cause horrific damage in the face of his massive army. 0. And Su Yu in midair obviously realized this. Now, the Tauran warriors in the front row who had already charged had lowered the huge totem pole on their shoulders. Subsequently, they shouted loudly and slammed the totem pole into the ground. A thorn, the light of purpose shines from the totem pole. Thousands of rays of light spread across the city, turning into a halo and splashing towards Lu Yuan's Zerg army. Lu Yuan, look at the power of my level 4 magic, slowness aura. Su Yu's laughter rang out. I saw. In the place shrouded in halo, all the Zerg were stunned and their speed suddenly dropped. Even his own movements became stiff. Charge. Seeing this scene, the Tauran leader let out a low roar and rushed into the opponent's camp with his army. Did you forcibly seal the 5th-level magic in the totem pole with the sacred object plugin? Lu Yuan looked at the Tauran warrior who rushed into his army of Zerglings without fear and spoke calmly. It seems like you really put a lot of effort into it. Haha, even I have to pay attention to your strength. Su Yu stood in the void, the faith value around him still burning. To be honest, I started to pay attention to you when you participated in the top 32 competition. If my guess is correct, your strength is mainly concentrated in 3 points. First, the front row of heavily armored warriors can withstand any frontal charge from any force. Second, the back row has Balrog-like Zerg with powerful long-range fire damage. Oh, by the way, I only recently learned their name, called Flame Thorn Demons. Quote. Su Yu's eyes were filled with amusement, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. As for the third one, there are your king insects that can be dropped from midair. Those professionals who are light-armored warriors are very good in terms of speed and fire damage. Quote. Speaking of this, Su Yu paused and seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I forgot that your race of believers can also have the ability to bury themselves in the ground. I'm not too worried about this. Because as long as I don't rush into the position you arranged, that's fine. Quote. The light in Su Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky hundreds of meters away. There, 10 king insects have drifted over quietly. Its purpose is clearly the Shadow Shaman army below that is releasing chain lightning. Everyone in the stands could not help but be a little surprised when they saw this scene. Because Su Yu's words had completely anticipated all Lu Yuan's steps. With all power being restrained, they couldn't think of any chance for Lu Yuan to counterattack. Only, they did not see that Lu Yuan's eyes did not fluctuate at all from beginning to end. Even, there are also some taunts. War Halo, Night Vision Halo, Slowness Halo, plus Chain Lightning. Ning Qiguang had a smile on his face. This Su Yu has a very thorough analysis of Lu Yuan's military strength. Indeed, although this situation consumes a lot of faith points, as long as the halo covers the area, Su Yu has a great advantage. Qin Rumi also nodded. The only possibility now is that Lu Yuan's king insects, although Su Yu guessed that he would do this, how to break the situation. A break? Look, that's not coming. Wang Jinyang suddenly raised his finger and pointed. At this time, on Su Yu's side, behind the rolling mountains, a series of sharp neighing sounds sounded. Next moment, I saw, one after another, batmen holding spears and having fangs rose into the sky from behind the mountains. Under them, huge bats with wingspans of more than 3 meters emerged. Densely packed and in groups. This is Bat Knight. Oh my god, Su Yu has never used it before. I didn't expect that he would have such a trump card. Isn't it a legend that he owns a 6th level red dragon cub? Hidden too deeply. There are probably more than 10,000 Bat Knights. Watching the dense army of Bat Knights take off into the sky, all the viewers were deeply shocked at this moment. The Air Force itself is an extremely difficult unit to cultivate in the entire God realm. Because those birds that can be successfully used as mounts are often full of ferocity, and it takes many generations of efforts to tame them. Only then can it be done. Normally, you have to wait until you become a true god before you have enough time to develop. But now, 760. Su Yu actually took out 10,000 Bat Knights. The lowest ones are all at level 2 strength. This power can simply make any demigod tremble with fear. Haha, I'm afraid this guy is planning to use this trump card to fight Lu Rian head-on. In the stands, Chen Junyu of number 3 middle school had a smile on his face and couldn't help but speak. 10,000 Bat Riders, Principal Lu whispered to himself softly, but his eyes were not too surprised. His granddaughter is also here for the championship. Naturally, we also need to consider ways to deal with the Air Force. But now, before meeting Lu Rian, Su Yu has been exposed. Lu Yuan, originally I left it as a means to compete for the championship. In the virtual divine realm, I watched the mighty army of Bat Knights rising into the sky. Su Yu spoke in a deep voice. It's just that, after much thought, I decided to expose myself in order to defeat you. Anyway, if I can't pass, there will be no talk of the finals. Quote. Lu Yuan spoke with a normal expression after hearing this. I heard rumors that your trump card is a 6th level red dragon hatchling. Is this false news that you deliberately released? Ha ha ha, fake news. Su Yu suddenly laughed. How is it possible? My, Su Yu's news has never been false. Zhao Hong, come out to meet the guests. He shouted lowly, and suddenly, a loud roar of dragons resounded from behind the Bat Knight army. Roar! Everyone saw a giant dragon with 2 wings and red scales flying up from the mountains. A red dragon, even if it is only a young dragon. The wingspan also exceeds 5 meters. As soon as he appeared, he carried the unique aura of the dragon clan and shocked the entire audience. Ouch! The young red dragon roared. Suddenly, the numerous Bat Knight armies began to accelerate. He rushed towards the 10 king insects in the distance. Attack, attack, tear them apart for me. The leader of the Bat Knight raised the spear in his hand and threw it towards the king insect in the distance. Boo-hoo! The densely packed spears cut through the void and stabbed heavily into the king insect's body. The floating king insect itself has no offensive power. So, being huge targets, they can only afford it. If 10,000 Bat Knights attack at the same time, not to mention 10 king insects, even 100 of them would be impossible to resist. So, under the Bat Knight's volley, 10 king insects were directly destroyed at once. Boom boom boom. Their bodies exploded and turned into large pieces of debris, falling down. However, Su Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Something doesn't feel right, because, among the broken king insects, he didn't see a light-armored war king covered in flames. A trace of doubt emerged from my mind. But, he didn't notice anything strange, and then, with just a wave of his hand, the Bat Knight army, led by the Red Dragon Cub, approached Lu Yuan's army. Below, the army of powerful melee troops such as the Tauren, the Wild Lion Knight, and the Zhao have already started fighting with the Hydra's melee tearing springtails. Under the blessing of several halos, an army of only 50,000 people was evenly matched with an army of 200,000 people. At the same time, the long-range troops in the rear also began to exert force, aiming directly at the flame-thorn demon behind. Fight back, tear them apart with fire for the sake of the Great Master. From behind, Yahala roared angrily. He was commanding his army of flame-stabbing demons to launch a volley. But, the opponent's long-range soldiers obviously expected this scene, so they did not approach the range of the flame-thorn demon at all. The remaining units fighting in close combat have no way to withstand the dense coverage of the flame-thorn demon. This is very embarrassing. And, above the sky, the Bat Knight army has begun to approach the thorn demon in the rear. A condescending attack requires no thought at all. No matter how large the fire thorn demon army is, it is useless. I can only watch my army being consumed bit by bit. Boom, sudden. In the sky, the clouds were rolling, and countless dark clouds began to gather. Among the dark clouds, streaks of lightning began to brew. What's going on? Shadow Shaman's mana is so high. Can he actually cast more chain lightning? Su Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. In his impression, his Shadow Shaman couldn't do this at all. Just when Su Yu was confused, crack, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly burst out with a terrifying thunder light. This lightning pierced the void. Not only did it not attack Lu Yuan's army. Instead, it exploded directly towards the Shadow Shaman army in Su Yu's back row. Just a loud noise was heard, and huge chain lightning began to ricochet among the Shadow Shaman army. The first target hit was the leader of the Shadow Shaman. This is the magic of thunder and lightning. Up to level 5. Once it is unleashed, how can these weak shamans resist it? Just once, 4 or 5 shamans, including the Shadow Shaman leader, had already died and turned into charcoal. And, the lightning in the sky continues, falling wildly. What's going on? Are you crazy? Cut yourselves off. Su Yu couldn't help roaring angrily. He couldn't figure out how his own race of believers could do such a stupid thing. However, his roar fell. The Shadow Shaman below, whose own magic had been interrupted by lightning, screamed in horror. The great god of wilderness and war, this is not the magic we unleash. Help, help, you didn't release it. Then who released it? Su Yu was completely confused. At this time, Lu Yuan's faint words suddenly sounded. I released it. What? Impossible. You are not the god of thunder and lightning, how can you release chain lightning? Su Yu became excited. Lu Yuan did not speak, his eyes fell towards the rear of the Zerg army. There, Abathur, who had entered the 5th level, was using his powerful spiritual power to release chain lightning. How is that possible? That is a divine spell that only Shadow Shaman can release. How can your believer race do it? Su Yu shouted in disbelief. It's not just him. Even all the spectators outside were completely shocked. Who would have thought that Su Yu's side, which had already completely gained the upper hand, would experience such a change? This guy's methods are a bit mysterious. Even Ning Qiguang, who was sitting there, suddenly sounded solemn. This kind of method has never been heard of by them. Haha, do you think my king insect died in vain? Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. As early as when he saw the opponent's race interface, he already had a plan. The airdrop ability of King Insect has been exposed in the last game. So, this time, Lu Yuan airdropped in blatantly. Only. What was inside was not a flame-tearing demon, but a symbiotic larva born from Abathur. The moment the King Insect exploded, the larva hidden in it fell directly. It fell on the Shadow Shaman. In this way, it only takes a certain amount of time to successfully obtain the opponent's ability. Abathur directly chose to obtain the opponent's most powerful chain lightning. So, that's why this scene happened now. Certainly. In addition to the fallen larva, there are also an insect nest, rotten locust swarm, activate. Hundreds of extremely ferocious locusts with ferocious teeth rushed out of the insect nest. Subsequently, it brought up a rotten and disgusting wind and rushed towards the Shadow Shaman army. The so-called Divine War still requires direct targeting of the opponent's mage troops. Once all the mages are wiped out, the balance of the battlefield will tilt. Blood and screams emerged, and the Shadow Shaman army was instantly in chaos. And in midair, the chain lightning that was still brewing suddenly disappeared. At this time, Abathur's mental power surged, and he directly directed countless lightning strikes to hit the Tauren's totem pole. His purpose is clear, that is to destroy the opponent's aura of indolence. Kakaka. Totem poles exploded one after another, and the originally strong halo of slowness began to weaken at this moment. Before the orc army could react, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and Wuxi's spherical green poisonous banelings burst out of the ground. Then he launched a charge and rushed towards them. Boom boom boom. The corrosive acid and the power of the terrifying explosion instantly sounded on the battlefield. The long-range troops who originally opened fire on the Flamethorn demon were blown to pieces without any precautions. With the power of 200,000 poisonous banelings, even if you are a 4th-level existence, and you will completely perish. Impossible. How did your bug get to me? Su Yu was so shocked by this scene that he lost his composure. However, Lu Yuan only had a sneer in his eyes. Burrowing not only allows the Zerg to burrow underground, it also allows the Zerg to move forward underground. It's just that the speed is slower. Just right. The successive battles gave the banelings time to crawl over. This was the scene in front of him. Hiss. Many faculty members and principals couldn't help but take a breath of air. Their vision and strength are much higher than those of students. Naturally, he guessed this possibility in an instant. The Zerg that can move underground may be a nightmare for any race they face if they are unprepared. Su Yu, with most of the long-range troops already damaged, could only watch helplessly as countless ripworm armies charged towards them. 200,000, 500,000, 800,000. The mighty and tidal Zerg army would annihilate all his ground troops in no time. No, I didn't lose, Lu Yuan, my Bat Rider can restrain you, and the Red Dragon. Su Yu pointed with one hand, and the spear in the Bat Knight's hand shot wildly towards the insect sea below. Su Yu believed that with the Bat Knight's range, he could slowly consume all the opponent's troops. No matter how much, it's useless. Zhao Hong, breathe fire on me and burn them to death. Ouch. In midair, the young red dragon flying in the void opened his mouth wide, and countless flames began to gather in his mouth. This is an extremely powerful fire spell. Blessed by the Dragon Clan's own bloodline power, it is even more powerful. However, before it could open its mouth and spit out, suddenly, behind Lu Yuan, in the continuous mountains and forests, a harsh scream emerged. Bah, bah. At this moment, both the audience and Su Yu looked at the forest in the distance. There, a strange Zerg that was more than 2 meters tall rose up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a dense torrent. Covering the sky and the sun, like a world-destroying black cloud, it rushed towards the battlefield. What is this? Someone exclaimed. Air Force. Lu Yuan actually has an air force, my god, so many. 200,000. No, at least 30 million. The voice of the commentator was already trembling. On the big screen, there is a dense, dark group of alien dragons soaring in the sky with no end in sight. They look ferocious, and emit ear-piercing screams. The army of 10,000 Bat Knights was stunned in midair. They watched as hundreds of thousands of alien dragons approached them. For the great god of natural disasters, attack! Swish, swish, swish. The densely packed blade insects were like black raindrops, cutting through the void and covering the whole place. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.